policies. So today we will start with the roll call.
Barnacle,
Here.
Barrett,
Here.
Fisher,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
McDonald,
Here.
and Posake.
Here.
I'm here too. Dave
And
King,
King.
still on the council.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. So all 7 of us are here. And we will go to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I will ask everybody to mute themselves and feel free to speak it with me, but it just sounds so much better if we're not all at a different rate. So I will begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So I know that many of you know that this workshop is the latest step that we are taking as a city to help make Petaluma a better place for all the people who live here. It's a next step in the process that grew out of my taking the mayor's pledge, which also in its part grew out of the outrage that was the George Floyd murder last May. Tonight we will continue with the conversation that we have had through a town hall and through community listening sessions. And now we will have a workshop to bring those 2 events together and further down the road so that we can take another step forward in looking at what we need to do to make Petaluma a safe place for everyone. As we get started, I just want to say that if you're on Zoom, you will be able to participate through questions and answers in real time, but that's only available to people who are on Zoom. So if you're on another platform watching this and you would like to participate more actively and now, please transfer over to the Zoom link that you can find on the city website in the agenda for this workshop. With that, I'd like to turn it over actually first to our to Ingrid Alverdi, who will let people know how they can participate if they are Spanish speakers.
Good evening, thank you. If for Spanish speakers that are listening, or if you're on in English and would like to hear this in Spanish, you can go to KPCA Radio 103.3 and you'll hear the audio in Spanish. There's also a secondary Zoom channel in Spanish. So when you log into Zoom, you can click to the Spanish channel. And if you'd like to participate in public comment, we have a second translator on board who can translate what you say in Spanish into English for the panel, and then we'll translate back to you in Spanish if there's any comments or questions.
Thank you very much, Ingrid. Now I will turn it over to our city manager, Peggy Flynn.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome, Petaluma community. This has been an incredible week of renewal and promise, beginning with honoring the birth and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King at the beginning of the week, to the promise of unity with yesterday's inauguration, and now culminating with our community and city coming together to listen to the experiences of our BIPOC community. Acknowledging that disparity and racism are real and alive, not only on a national level, but in our city of Petaluma. And to take swift and real action to ensure our communities of color are afforded the same safety, security, love, recognition, acceptance, and support that those of us who are born white often take for granted. Taking responsibility for the energy I'm going to be bringing into this space tonight, I'd like to express my gratitude first to our mayor for her steadfast commitment in reaching out and listening to our BIPOC communities over these many months. To our city council members, both former and current, who have continually and unanimously expressed their support for real change and action and allowing our city to lead in this effort and by example. To our BIPOC community for having the courage to demand change and for actively participating in the listening sessions serving us this evening. For the community members who organized the listening sessions this summer and who have graciously joined us this evening to share their experiences and recommendations. I'm very grateful and proud of the men and women of our Petaluma Police Department who serve our community daily with compassion and dedication. It takes courage to examine and recognize our role, and it also takes humility. And I pledge to you that our city and police department are committed to ensuring the safety and security and inclusion and equity of all Petalumans of color. To get where we need to be, where racism and hate crimes and threats of violence are extinguished from our city, it will take all of us, local government, our schools, our leaders, our community, to be brave enough to see the light and brave enough to be it. Thank you, Poet Laureate Amanda Gorman, for that inspiration. Our purpose here tonight, and Ingrid, you might want to pull up the slide so folks can kind of see what we're going to be doing tonight. Our purpose here tonight is to listen and learn, to share what we've heard, and together develop a plan of action based upon both what we've heard and learned. After I introduce Ms. Tracy Webb, we will hear from Tracy to help set the tone for the evening and describe some of the work that has been underway. We will then listen to the community groups who led the summer's listening circles. Then Tracy will take us through the results of her work. We'll hear from our public in attendance tonight, do a live poll to take a pulse check on next steps, and then our council will have the opportunity to discuss and provide direction. I'm joined tonight by our police chief, Ken Savano, and Deputy Chief Brian Miller, and I believe Police Chief Savano, you'd like to say a few words?
Thank you, City Manager Flynn. Yes, Mayor Barrett, council members, my dedicated and professional staff who continue to serve in these most challenging of times. To our community members, thank you for this opportunity to participate in this workshop that's being conducted as part of the Mayor's Pledge. I want to thank our community members for being engaged and participating in helping our community and our department be even better. And like we heard yesterday during the inauguration, we can only fulfill our promise and set an example for others if we are always working to be better than we have been. With that in mind, the men and women of your police department are here tonight to listen and to better understand those we serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Savano. I am very pleased and honored to introduce this evening Tracy Webb, Ms. Tracy Webb. Tracy has over 30 years of experience in organizational and community development work as a native to the Bay Area. Tracy and my first introduction to Tracy was when she worked with us in another jurisdiction to help us revive our multicultural commission, and that was a huge success. It's still going strong. Tracy's worked with nonprofits, other municipalities, and Fortune 100 corporations. Her firm is committed to authentic dialogue that promotes forward movement and has been working with our city over the past few months to aid our efforts in becoming that city. With no more delay, I would like to introduce you, Tracy, and have you take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, Peggy. Thank you, Mayor Barrett, members of the council, Peggy, City Manager, Chief Savano, and all the members of the community who are listening in or participating in this call. I wish I could be with you in person. This work is so important. It is integral, frankly, to my soul. I am an African-American woman, a proud African-American woman of parents who migrated, who came from the South. They were college educated, my grandparents, but the Klan drove them out of Louisiana. And my family's legacy is one of telling the truth and of facilitating dialogue, but speaking the truth to make sure that change happens. My firm does organizational development work, executive coaching. I have clients from Fortune 100s to other city governments, but this work is very close to my heart. I happen to love your city. I have two very, very good friends who live there. And I enjoy coming to Petaluma. I'm also a road cyclist. But I will tell you that as a woman of color, when we have a caution, when I'm riding with my group of friends who are mainly African Americans on these fancy bikes with these too tight spandex clothes on, we time our rides so that we're not out in the country when after certain hours, because we have been harassed. So those of us who do this work, we've been doing it for 35 years, we really try to factor that out as much as possible. I have been profiled by the police. That profile has been discussed on the radio and on TV, but I've never been profiled or stopped or had a negative experience with Petaluma police. But I will say that as a person of color, anytime I see a police car behind me, particularly in the light of the last couple of years, the level of anxiety is almost inexplicable. So the purpose of this work, when I first talked with Peggy, with the city manager, was really to listen, to hear from people of color in the city of Petaluma in a safe manner and in a way that allows their voices to be heard and amplified. We are going to talk about a number of things this evening, including implicit bias and unconscious bias and macro and microaggressions very briefly, so at least we're starting on the same page. But let me give you a very quick overview of what we've done with this project. So first of all, I reviewed in depth the city and the police department's effort at diversity, equity, and inclusion. So when you hear me use the acronym DEI, that's what I'm talking about. I reviewed the Listening Circles report from July in great detail. I read that report 2 or 3 times. In addition to that, I looked through the work that the police department has done, the training in DEI and in de-escalation efforts. I looked through some of the city's work. I also did my own research. I have people that did a data scan of what's happened in Petaluma. Additionally, I was in attendance at the Uncomfortable Conversations taping. I tried to hide because I didn't want to be a part of that conversation, because I didn't want there to be any bias. I wanted to simply observe. I conducted 27 interviews. I wish we could have done more, but we were time bound. We did the survey. We helped the city craft the survey, and then I looked through that data, read every single comment, and then I came up with some recommendations going forward. And I want to say that these are very broad recommendations, because the real work in terms of the next steps we're not there yet. That has to come from this conversation. And then this is a continuous process of building. Let's go to the next slide, please. So I want to talk about micro and macro aggressions and implicit and unconscious bias. We are all guilty of this. Implicit and unconscious bias is bias that's ingrained into your worldview that often manifests or shows up as macro and microaggression. An example, I'm an African-American woman. I do this work all the time, but I want to give you a real-time example of implicit and unconscious bias. I was leading a group, Fortune 100 company. There is a consultant saying that we've used since time began, it talks about opening the kimono, which means being very transparent. That is not an acceptable expression to use, but it slipped because I've been doing this work and I've worked with the top consulting firms before I started my own firm. And I got this text from one of the participants that said, Ms. Webb, and I had to say, time out. There is an example. We have to look at ourselves, and there's a lot of, we don't have time. I've taught entire courses on this. It is very important to look up and do research on implicit and unconscious bias. I have an entire library here of books if you'd like to email me and would like some suggestions. Micro and macro aggressions. What those are different levels of ethnic, racial, or sexual orientation, harm that is done to BIPOC and people of of different sexual persuasion or orientation. So let's review examples of micro and macroaggression. Let's go to the next slide, if we could, Ingrid, please. So I know this slide is not the easiest to see, but I think it's a really great depiction, visual of what micro and macroaggressions are. So simply, this is supposed to be an iceberg. This is from W. Kamau Bell from CNN. He did a series of shows, and one of them was about micro and macroaggression. It was the United Shades of America. So above the waterline, you see the obvious. Those are the macro aggressions: genocide, hate crimes, KKK, lynchings, neo-Nazi groups. Below the waterline, you see either way, or why are you reading racism into that? Because it's racist. So for example, we're in a post-racial society. That right there is negating the feelings, thoughts, and experiences of people of color who know we're not in a post-racial society. Another example, you'd be surprised at how many calls that I received after the attempted coup or insurrection, whatever word you want to put on it, January 6th. Oh, wasn't that terrible? Yes, it was terrible. And I said, but as a person of color, particularly African American, we're looking at that thinking, contrasting that to the Black Lives Matter protesters when the National Guard was out in full force. And there would have been a completely different result. That's microaggression, even though it didn't happen, but just to have to think through that. Saying, I didn't mean to offend you in a racial context, but the person is saying they are, well, I didn't mean anything by it. It doesn't matter. The microaggressions, which are below the waterline, a colleague described them as 1,000 paper cuts. They hurt just as much as the macroaggression. What I implore each of us to do is to do the work to understand what these are and how they come across. There's some wonderful books that have recently been written. How to Be an Anti-Racist is one of them, that looks at how do these come across? You may not even be aware. The last thing I want to say about this, it is not the responsibility of your friends who are of color to educate you. For those of you who are white, it is your responsibility to do this work. We're tired. So take the initiative if you really want Petaluma to move really toward racial reconciliation, and do the work. So let's go to the next slide, please. The most important part of this work, I'm happy to share what we found through the research we did, but it's what you have to say. So we're going to turn it over to Mayor Barrett, who is now going to go into lead us through the community listening session presentation. Mayor?
Thank you. So the community listening sessions were held over a 2-day period last July, as the city manager mentioned. And it was an amalgamation of community organizations that got together to host listening sessions in our community, really without the police present. And the thinking was that people may feel more secure about speaking in that environment. So eventually reports were written from those 2-day listening sessions, and they're also available as a link on the agenda for this workshop if you haven't already seen them and want to look at them. They're quite interesting. And so right now, speaking to the issues that were raised in the community listening sessions, we have a couple groups of people. We're going to start with Claudia de la Peña and Zaira Garcia, who will be speaking for the North Bay Organizing Project, Indivisible Petaluma, Tides, Sonoma County Black Coalition, and they have 20 minutes to speak. And if they need or want to have other people speak as well, they can organize that among themselves. And I'm not sure which of you wants to speak first. So
Mayor, if I can just interrupt really quickly, I'm sorry for the interruption. Several listeners have pointed out that the instructions on how to join and listen in real time in Spanish were given in English. And they made the great suggestion that that should be translated into Spanish on this channel so that folks know that they can join on that channel now. So if you could just give us 1 second to make that announcement in Spanish.
Absolutely.
So I'll speak it in English, and the translators will take over from there. If you'd like to listen in real time in Spanish, please look for the language interpretation button in Zoom and choose the Spanish channel.
Would that be me?
Yes, that would. Thank you.
Para las personas que están participando en esta presentación y desean escuchar traducción simultánea, si pueden ir en la parte de abajo de su computadora o su celular, la presentación, van a mirar un círculo como de un mundo donde dice interpretación. Escojan la sección que dice español y van a poder escuchar la traducción simultánea. Gracias.
Thank you very much. I see Claudia. Do you want to begin? And also, I will just announce that Patrick, who is our moderator, he will let you know like when 15 minutes is up, or maybe what would you prefer halftime? So in terms of dividing your time?
Yeah, and actually, I believe that Zaira is supposed to speak before me.
Speak first? Okay, fine. So you will have a brief interruption with Patrick just saying it's 10 minutes.
Okay. Hi, City Council. Thanks so much. I'm just going to interrupt here. We actually have a form. So it starts with Sarah, and then from there, we'll know who is going to be next.
Okay,
Thanks so much.
so please go ahead with your form.
Patrick, am I okay to share my screen?
Yes, just push the green share screen button and it'll go forward. Perfect.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Sarah Sychik Sebastian, and I use she, they, ella, ele pronouns. I'm representing Tide. Thank you to Tracy for your wisdom and experience and your work here in Petaluma. Thank you to Mayor Barrett, City Council, and Police Department for coming to the table and providing this public space for this vital conversation on safety and community interconnectedness and how it presents itself in the City Council, Police Department, and school districts. I want to begin with a land acknowledgement that we are living on Indigenous land. And when I speak of community, I am referring to those of us who reside upon the land of the Great Rancheria and the coastal Miwok people. Through the listening circles and dialogue with diverse members of our community, many have spoken up about not feeling safe or welcome in our beautiful home. Community is home, and if people are not feeling safe, it is a reflection on us and how we conduct ourselves in the public space. This panel represents the students, individuals, and families, both a part of the BIPOC community, the white community, as well as other marginalized members. I want to begin by reading the speech given by a brave student, Deja, at the Women's March in 2019, because it really reflects the feelings of people who are living here, particularly the youth. She says, "I'm so uncomfortable right now. I'm always uncomfortable when I walk the streets of Petaluma. People clutching their purses when I walk by. I'm sorry, but I cannot call you an ally because I do not trust you. Trust needs to be earned, and you've shown me that I cannot. You go to the Women's March every year and feel empowered to do something. That empowerment starts to fade because the problem doesn't concern you. But you go to the Women's March every year and you call yourself a feminist. No more compromise. No more taking things slow. Let's fight. I am 18 years old and should not have to fight for my rights as a human being. I am 18 years old and I'm telling a group of adults to fight and stand up and do something. Fight for me as I would for you. We are only rising, and you can rise with us or just sit back and watch. Change is coming, and it is coming fast. Will you be ready when it hits?" So it's hit. It's here. And this quick presentation is brought to you by the Sonoma County Black Coalition. the North Bay Organizing Project, Indivisible Petaluma, and TIDE, Team for Inclusivity, Diversity, and Equity in our schools. Sonoma County Black Coalition is committed to generating a new community structure that educates, uplifts, and protects Black individuals. We aim to reallocate and recreate resources to establish critical support programs for marginalized Black people in the community. The North Bay Organizing Project's work in Petaluma focuses on key issues related to racial justice, including a focus on issues that affect immigrants and housing justice. We work to build power in the community to overcome historical housing discrimination based on race and ethnicity, and to change the system that favors those with pre-existing wealth and those who are white. Indivisible Petaluma works to change the conversation about local issues affecting minority groups in Petaluma and focuses on uplifting those more likely to experience discrimination based on race, ethnicity, immigration status, gender identity, or sexuality. TIDE, which is the Team for Inclusivity, Diversity, and Equity, raises awareness and advocates for equity in school communities through dialogue and relationship. In February, and other stories of racism and discrimination from brave high school students and community members describing how hard it is to go to school and live in Petaluma, community members from our schools created TIDE. Next slide, Erin, please. So we held listening circles. This work came about because we saw the need to bring conversations about racial bias and discrimination out into the public, into Petaluma. Following the George Floyd protest in 2020, our organization responded to the community call to host listening sessions about racism and policing in Petaluma that would center the voices of Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Protests from Petaluma to Santa Rosa and across the nation were focused on the devastating reality that Black men are more than twice as likely as white men to die at the hands of the police. Likewise, people of color are also more likely to be evicted, a process that occurs through law enforcement. This problem, where race determines survival and housing security, is rooted in our country's history of slavery and colonization that created systems and discrimination that disproportionately impact people of color. As a result of this racist system, people of color are also at greater risk of dying from COVID and losing their housing. As explained by the CDC, race and ethnicity are markers for other underlying conditions that affect health, including socioeconomic status, access to healthcare, and exposure to the virus related to occupation. Zaira?
Hi, everyone. My name is Zaira Garcia, pronoun she, her, hers. I am the Vice President for MBOP, so I'm here to present and just highlight that racism is a public health crisis. Some experiences, first of all, I want to acknowledge and thank our Spanish interpreters and the city for providing this as access. I think that's a key component in order for us to have this conversation and be transparent and also hold ourselves and our city accountable. And second of all, thank you, Tracy, for providing and sharing your lived experiences and also give out those examples. I want to start off with, aside from racism being a health public, back on July 10th of 2018, Press Democrat came out with an article. It said, hate crimes increased in Sonoma County in 2017, according to the State Department of Justice report. And I quote in the Press Democrat, 16 hate crimes were reported to Sonoma County authorities in 2017. Up from 10 the previous year, the State Department of Justice reported Monday, half of those incidents happened in Petaluma, which reported only 1 hate crime the previous year. Petaluma reported 8 bias-based crimes last year involving 8 suspects and 10 victims. The Department of Justice said 5 hate crimes were reported in the unincorporated county last year, while Santa Rosa saw 2 and Windsor 1. The report, titled Hate Crime in California, comes on the heels of profanity-laced viral video last week that documented a man disrupting a Petaluma family's 4th of July celebration to complain about hearing Spanish music coming from their home. Though Petaluma police responded and took notes about the incident, the department determined the man had not committed a crime by knocking on the family's door and then walking away after speaking to them. Our API community has also experienced racism in our community in Petaluma. On June 16th of 2020, Linda Hoshino, who is the owner of Petaluma Pie Company, and she quotes, "I've experienced racism in this town. Strangers on the street have called me an invader, a coronavirus, an Oriental B word. But this was different. Someone had followed me in the shop, watching my every move as I searched for hardware." And this one goes out for, again, as my comment, anyone contributing to racism in our society is racist. Internalized racism is a sad truth about the system as it exists, creating an environment where people of color can be perpetrators and victims of racism simultaneously. Why we say that is because I too come from, I moved from Georgia, and my town was called Buford. It was predominantly white. I honestly, and a group of other kids, were the only brown kids. In that environment, I'm not gonna lie, I grew up experiencing that I had to play the game, play the role, and I too was a racist. I would say the N-word. I would not speak Spanish. I would get, frustrated that why couldn't other people speak English the way that I do? That's because I was brought up in an environment where it was predominantly white and that culture was toxic, and I too had to assimilate and be part of that culture. Which is why I say again, that for those of us who are BIPOC, it does repress trauma of past experiences. It's survival mode, so we overlook it as a community over and over again, but nothing has ever changed. So we need to include, and we need to know if law enforcement as well has tied to white supremacy groups. I think that's also an important part of transparency and accountability. And aside from that, also, if you would read the screen, I know you had time to read, I'll move on to and give it to Claudia. Thank you for your time.
Sorry to interrupt. You're just a little over 10 minutes.
Got it.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Claudia de la Peña. I identify as she, her, hers. I'd also like to thank our mayor, our city council, our city manager, Tracy Webb. Thank you, Tracy, for sharing your information and your life experiences. And I also thank Chief Savano and his staff for being here and being willing to listen to this. So what came out of the listening circles are a whole host of things. One thing we would like to see happen is that the city of Petaluma creates or adopts a set of standards. We need a common sense framework in Petaluma. The community has spoken. We understand how they feel about what is going on, not only just with our police department, but in Petaluma in general when it comes to racism, and how some people feel very comfortable and very free to make other people feel very uncomfortable and unwanted. And we've created a framework for the police to follow. We'd like to make a common space that's safe for everyone. We'd like to make our public spaces safe for all individuals, but people's homes need to be safe as well. I think I read an article where we have some young people here in Petaluma that are bullying people in their homes. And so that's unacceptable. We're all entitled to our own beliefs. We're all entitled to our own values. The issues or the concerns come up when people believe, or their beliefs evolve into hateful, harassing or harassing, whichever you prefer, and harmful actions. Terrorizing people in their homes, as I said, is inexcusable. Calling our local businesses and threatening our business owners, threatening their employees, that's unacceptable. And people do feel threatened here in Petaluma, so we need to take some steps to take care of that. And it applies to our schools as well. We need our children to feel that they are safe. Can we go to the next slide, please? So the listening circles, our goals basically were to provide the community with an opportunity to give their input and share their experiences when it came to, their experiences with Petaluma PD, particularly for the BIPOC community, and to create just some ideas for some next steps. Next slide. So the format for the listening circles were as followed. They were made up of small affinity circle groups that were self-identified, race and ethnicity. Each circle was led by a trained volunteer, facilitator, and a note taker. We had over 150 participants. The participants were asked questions about their experiences interacting with Petaluma PD and how this affected them, if they felt safe in Petaluma, if they felt comfortable or safe calling the Petaluma Police Department for any reason, or if they experienced the police department having to call them for some reason. And I think that's it for me for now, so I'll turn it back over to Zaira.
Aaron, if we could just go to that slide, I'm not going to talk about too much just because of time, and I do want to allow Claudia, next slide. So this, again, happened an encounter, and I'm sure you'll hear about it, but it was excessive use of force by an unarmed Black man. Next slide, please. Again, why we need to address racial profiling and hate. This occurred also by the Katie racial profiling a Latinx couple. I couldn't believe it. It's like we're literally guilty of being brown while shopping. Sadie Martinez. Aaron, next slide.
So we came up with some recommendations for our local police department. We'd like to reallocate or redirect some of the budget for the police department, and we'd like to see a percentage of that money to go to creating a program such as Cahoots. And I think we have a group of young. We'd also like to eliminate campus police. We think that it provides a safer space or a more comfortable space when kids are going to school without police on the campus, and they know that they can go to a counselor or a mentor if they're having some type of problem. I think it's very difficult to be a kid and you're on your school campus and police are there and, you know, they're fully armed and so forth. And so we would like to eliminate that. We'd also like to see our police department be a little demilitarized. There were a lot of people here in town who were upset when our police department was awarded the money for those assault weapons last year. And we would like to form an independent oversight committee that will keep track of what's going on with our police department. Next slide. So we'd like to establish a complaint report system. And when I think of this, I think of something similar to rapid response, where citizens can call in and, you know, they have a safe place to lodge their accounts if they're having difficult encounters with the police department. Again, budget some of the money for the oversight committee. And we'd like to educate, to see our police officers to receive diversity training, either quarterly, so that they're kept up to speed with how to engage with the community, with all of the community, including, you know, people of color. We'd like to see that become culturally competent when it comes to dealing with the people in Petaluma. And then we'd like to revise Petaluma's police use of force. And again, expand on de-escalation, the de-escalation portion of the police policy. We'd like to see more transparency, and I think that would line up with people being able to call in and discuss what experiences that they've had with the police. Establish policies for accountability and guidelines when it comes to racial profiling. And we'd like to see the police chief, actually, we'd like to get rid of racial profiling altogether. And we'd like to have more community listening sessions But at some point, we'd like those sessions to move from listening sessions and to become things that are more action-oriented or action programs, where the community or there's a committee that is meeting on a regular basis to discuss certain activities that are happening within the city and coming up with those sets of standards that we spoke about earlier. And we'd like to see the city and the police department post an anti-racism statement, a zero tolerance for hate on their websites so that people know what Petaluma actually stands for, and review your hiring practices. Again, because we want officers who are culturally competent. And I'll turn it back over to Zaira.
Thank you, Claudia. So, Aaron, for sake of time, I'm going to go ahead and skip 14 through slide 19 and just say that we had submitted a framework to City Council. And so I'll briefly go over the framework. We call on you by February 21st of 2020, City Manager, to extend the contract with Tracy Webb to continue the community listening circles on racial issues and equity, and include police officers so they can develop relationships with Petaluma's BIPOC community. And then, you know, Aaron, go ahead with slide 18. I'm gonna have to close it to Sarah just for time.
Thank you, Zaira. Our community has spoken and our community supports these actions. And NBOP has sent the motion to the City Council, and we have copies of it as well if anyone in the public would like to see it. The role of the City Council is to receive community input and apply it to the decisions about changing policies and budget allocations. Now is the time for the city to lead the way by taking actions that will make Petaluma a leader when it comes to implementing policy. Our work here is to create a common sense framework and a system of interconnected departments that can, like a flock of birds, stay separate enough not to crowd one another, but aligned enough to maintain a shared direction and cohesive enough to be as resilient in a sunny day as it is in the storm. The council holds the power to enact this policy that will improve the lives of everyone in our community, but most importantly, that will address the racism and oppression that disproportionately impacts people of color. And I'll leave you with this quote from Amanda Gorman's inaugural poem. "We are striving to forge a union with purpose, to compose a country, and in this case, a town, committed to all cultures, colors, and characters and conditions of man. And so we lift our gazes not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first. We must put our differences aside. We must lay down our arms so that we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek to harm no one. We seek harm to no one and harmony for all. For the new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light. If only we're brave enough to see it. If only we're brave enough to be it. City Council of Petaluma, we hope that you are brave enough to be it. And I hope that the city of Petaluma is brave enough to be it." It's now my honor to pass the mic. I think it's going to go to Faith Ross. Faith, who is the president of the Petaluma Blacks for Community Development, which has been actively brave enough to see it, be it, and do it, and organize in Petaluma for 40 plus years. Faith is tireless in her dedication to the Black community and to the Petaluma community as a whole. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sarah, for those words. I am a part of an organization that has been in Petaluma for 43 years. That is a Petaluma Blacks for Community Development. And I wanted the community to see our mission statement and our vision and our values. So I'm going to read that for you. I can't read it from the screen. Our mission statement: we exist to share Black history and culture with our community. We do this through our annual Black History program, Black History exhibit, and other events that we share with our community, free of charge to encourage attendance by all. Our vision is to help make our community free of hate and get rid of those issues that divide us based on color. Our values are those of uplifting all children, being a positive role model, and sharing the ideas that we feel help to make us a better community together. Our goals are continue our annual Black History program and exhibit free to all our community, work within our community, share in our schools positive facts about Black people who have made a positive impact on our country, stay abreast of important issues within our city and county that affect us individually or as community members and speak out, work with other nonprofit and community organizations to help support inclusivity, diversity, and equity within our community. We are a diverse group and welcome all people who share our mission. Petaluma Blacks for Community Development did participate in the listening circles. We felt that that the planning, the execution of the listening circles was very good for a first step in talking about how we see our community. It provided small affinity groups based on self-reported race or ethnicity. The same questions were asked in each group, and there was a facilitator and note taker in each group. The questions asked were very relevant and important in determining how the participants were feeling. Providing small circles of people with similar identities, I believe, helped to make the participants comfortable in sharing their experiences and their feelings about the community and policing. I felt that the report was long and in some instances redundant in parts, and there were some issues in that were not reflective of the questions asked participants in their answers. What came out of the listening circles was a very good report, and I really hope that it would have been taken up earlier, before now, with the City Council, so that we could be further along in our quest to make changes within Petaluma. So when the workshop came out, I asked the city manager, well, what were we supposed to talk about? And so she said, the report, and then what would you like to see Petaluma do? And so that's what I like to spend most of my time talking about, what I'd like to see. And I want to say, first of all, thank you, City, for doing this, for making this possible tonight, for us being able to be here and to be able to talk about the issues that need to be changed. But I also recognize that many of the people who need to be here, the people who are creating a lot of the issues within our community, possibly doing the harassing that I'm hearing about, are not the people that's here. And those are the people who need to be brought to the table for these discussions that we're talking about. So what would I like to see happen? We within our group feel that Petaluma should have an oversight committee, and I think that has been mentioned before. But I also think that that committee should have a complaint segment to it or something, a place where community members could report incidents they have had or something that they witnessed. The response to these incidents should be timely and clearly define the incident being reported and the resolution to be taken. I also feel like past grievances and incidents within our city that have been reported to the police need to be addressed and resolved. There's a lot of things out there. Just recently, I got calls from people, and I also got a copy of that video that showed on one of the slides that was there that happened on December 6th. And that was disturbing to me how it actually unfolded. and the fact that there were so many police cars there. And the man, the young man that was being, I guess, arrested, appeared to be having some kind of a struggle or something. And I just didn't feel that there was a need for as many police there. But this is an incident that I did call the police chief about, and I did ask for him to speak to the community of people that were wanted to know more about that and just discuss the issues that they were having with it. And he said yes, but I never had a response after we got a date. And I think that that's one of the issues that we really need to talk about or have resolved, is that if there are issues going on in the community, they need to be responded to as quickly as possible and some kind of resolution made. It may not go the way everybody wants it to go, but it needs to be discussed and the issue brought out there. We know that policies and procedures should be in place that guide the conduct of our police officers. If they have no relationship or prior personal experiences with people of color, they may not understand the person that they're arresting fears of police or their reaction when pulled over by a policeman. We feel that community conversations need to be part of any action that the city takes. The police department should actively seek out Black and Brown community organizations to form a relationship. And I think that that's part of what Sarah and some of the other ones and Claudia were just talking about. It's really important for us as a community to get to know each other and understand where we're coming from and what our relationships are and how we feel about what's going on in the community. The city of Petaluma needs to find ways to recruit people of color so that the workforce reflects the makeup of the community. And I know that's sometimes hard to do because of the fact that we don't always hear about the openings and stuff. And so maybe the recruitment needs to reach out a little further than it has in the past. That's something that needs to be looked at. Tracy, thank you for all of your work that you've done with our community, and I hope to see that continue. You did mention unconscious biases, and that's a big part of, I think, the problem. And that's why it's so important for us to be able to sit down and talk with each other. And like I said before, a lot of the people who should be here probably are not. And we can't make changes unless we can begin to get some of those people to the table also. So thank you very much. Thank you, City, for having this conversation. I look forward really to the next steps that happen.
Thank you. Are you done, Faith?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. So now the last person who's going to speak from the community listening sessions is Luz Zweier with the Council of Community Relations Council.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Barrett. And thank you, everyone. Thanks for the invitation to be here and to talk about this. And thank you to all the other presenters, all the other people that presented information about this topic. It's been great for me so far to listen to everything that people had to say. And I would say, I did prepare remarks, and I'm going to limit what I'm going to say. I don't need to repeat a lot of what other people said. So I will say first, so my name is Luz Zweier, and I'm a longtime Petaluma resident, over 20 years. I'm a member of the coordinating committee for the Petaluma Community Resources Council, which was formed in 2016. And it's a community organization. Its mission, so the mission of the Petaluma Community Relations Council is to serve as a coalition of individuals and groups promoting the values of respect, appreciation, and understanding of diversity among all people in our community. By fostering positive human relations, we identify and confront discrimination, respond to the needs of our community, and serve as a source of information and advocacy. So it's the mission statement for PCRC. And I said PCRC was formed in 2016, and we've done a number of activities that are related to community, things in the community like housing, inclusivity and diversity, and currently we're doing something about food security. So when George Floyd was murdered and there were all the protests after that, one of the things that happened in our group was talking about, well, what should we do about this, about racism, and looking at what's going on with policing in Petaluma. And we talked about, should we try to hold some kind of thing? So it was very natural for us to join with other groups, NBOP and Petaluma Blacks and Indivisible, the groups that were, many groups had the same idea that we should do something in the community. And so we joined with them to create a plan for doing listening circles to get input from the whole community, but especially BIPOC voices, that it was important to hear from them. And the city also made a plan to do that, and we requested that they set their plan aside and allow the community to lead this activity, which they did. I'm grateful. I was grateful for that. The Petaluma Community Resource, PCRC was proud to be part of the community groups that came together to put on listening circles, and we participated in the design of it and actually executing it. I was one of the facilitators for both days. And the goal of the forums was to provide community input and constructive feedback to the city on the experiences, concerns, and recommendations of the community, particularly BIPOC members, on racism and policing in Petaluma, and to work with city management in creating next steps based on the results of the initial community listening activity. So that was the stated goal of putting on the listening circle activity. And and so the things that we saw, PCRC, the things that we saw that came out of what community members said in that activity, and many of these have been mentioned already, so I'm not going to go into great detail, but I just wanted to affirm, we saw this also. So PCRC was seeing this also, was that the community was asking for some kind of community oversight board of the police. Some kind of body that would include a diverse set of people, especially including BIPOC folks, that could have an impact on policing policy, practice, hiring, and that would provide some kind of mechanism for monitoring trends and accountability related to those things, policing policy, practice, and hiring. And I think one of the things that's been talked about a little bit, but I think I want to talk about a little bit more, is the idea of the importance of establishing some kind of way of monitoring things. So, something happens and people have people have feelings about, there's a problem with this, or there's a problem with this. Is this getting worse, or is that getting worse? Is this getting better? Is whatever efforts the city and the police are making to improve things, is it actually getting better, or is it getting worse? So I think one of the really important elements of whatever plans go forward is to establish some kind of mechanisms for monitoring monitoring what's happening with the trends related to policing. So that would be, again, policy, practice, hiring, use of force, all the things that are related to the concerns with policing. And I guess that would be with racism in the community at large too, not only on the police, but what's happening with the community at large. So we understand the trends that are happening. And so, for instance, the work that Tracy has done with putting out a community survey and finding out how people are feeling and doing that, we should have a multi-year plan for that. That should be an ongoing thing, not happening just at this moment, so that we understand a year from now, are things getting better or are things getting worse? And so that I think is important. Also, is there a way to measure the culture of the Petaluma Police Force to ensure that what's happening is in alignment with the department's stated values regarding officer conduct and use of force. So, we could have the police chief saying wonderful things about the philosophy of the department and the, how they want policing to happen. Do we have a way of monitoring whether those values are actually, the officers have embodied those and they're actually practicing that? Do we have a way of measuring that? I don't know. I don't know the answers to these things. I'm just raising them. And we obviously need to have dialogue and exploration to figure out how to do them, or if it's even possible to do them. Next has to do with funding, which is already talked about. Are there ways to spend funds to create safety in the community that isn't necessarily from policing? If a majority of the police's mental health, police calls are about mental health situations, should we be investing more money in mental health services? That's been talked about, but I'm just saying it again because I think it's really important. Strengthening training. The feedback from the circles definitely talked about wanting police officers to have more unconscious bias training and de-escalation training to help reduce profiling or any kind of unconscious bias that's coming into how police officers are interacting with people in the community, particular BIPOC members. And what's, cultural competence, which means like recognizing, having an awareness and recognizing that if they're dealing with a certain kind of person from community, there may be other things present there culturally that otherwise they might not be aware of. Just having Spanish-speaking officers, what a benefit that would be to dealing with people in the Latino who are Spanish-speaking. Having a more diverse police force, looking at hiring practices and outreach for a more diverse police force. The other thing that I would say is, and this is really echoing what Tracy said in her introduction about that her recommendations, which we haven't heard yet, are broad because what needs to happen is a conversation about the broad ideas and a dialogue and a shared problem solving process to figure out what we can do as a community, all of us, not just the police department, but all of us, the city and the community members, to help make things better. And that shared problem solving requires relationship building. And so, talking to each other and having dialogue, even this meeting, as wonderful as this is, and this is an important step, this is us kind of presenting to each other. It's not dialoguing. And we need a dialogue process to help create shared understanding, to learn things that we don't understand about each other. So like, I don't understand about policing. I've never been a police officer. So I'm sure there are things about policing that I don't understand. And there are things that police officers don't understand about people of color. So dialogue, we need dialogue to create shared understanding, and so that we can begin to try to solve problems together, have shared problem solving. And the other thing is, we do need action. So conflict and difficulties don't get solved if you don't have action. So there is more than dialogue that's needed. There is more than just shared understanding that's needed. Action is needed. And and so, many actions have been proposed tonight. The Zaira and Claudia and the group that presented, they had many specific things that they were asking for. I've had some, Faith has had some. And I'm not saying those actions should be done, but it's true that any process that's going to move us forward and solve problems has to have actions. If actions don't happen, then change doesn't happen. But we need to find those things together. And I just want to, and hopefully that will happen in a timely manner. I mean, one of the frustrations is these things take time and they're slow. And, we had the listening circles in August and now it's January. And, a lot of stuff hasn't happened since then, crazy things. So I know everyone's got a ton of stuff on their plate, and I know providing safety for the city and running the city is a huge job. So, this is just another thing on the plate, but it's important that things happen in a timely manner, because people are frustrated and they would like change to happen. And the people who suffer from discrimination, who suffer from not feeling safe or being harassed, they would like things to be different. And they deserve to feel that way, to feel like something is happening. And then the last point I want to make is about what Faith said about how do we bring in, or how do we reach out to the people who are creating, who are racist, or who do have hate, and who are harassing people or who are doing hate crimes. What can we do as a community to impact those people? Change what they are doing, shift that. And I don't know the answer to that, but it's something I'm really interested in personally. And I'm interested in joining others to try to figure out what to do about that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, I don't want to cut you off, but
nope.
You paused too long there.
I was thinking. Yes, I think I'm done.
Okay. Thank you very much. And just to make it sound worse to you, those listening circles were actually in July, not August. So it has been a while.
Right, I was thinking of the report writing. That happened in August.
Right, thank you. Okay, thank you all for those really good summaries. And I really recommend to anybody who hasn't read the reports that came out to take the time to do so, because they offer a little bit more. And so with that, I'm going to pass this back to Tracy to do a presentation on community interviews and survey results.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And thank you to all of the individuals who just presented. There was a lot of thought and a lot of work that went into the final result, which was the production of the report. But I was very, very pleased when I looked at the process that was utilized to even bring us to the report, meaning people were organized in affinity groups in these listening circles, so that I presume so that they felt safe. That is really, really critical. I can tell you stories of sessions where I've had clients insist that no, our managers can handle, small group discussion. Tracy, you or your firm lead the large group, and the injury that has happened in those small sessions that were mixed and not properly facilitated is just traumatic, it's traumatizing. So let me make two comments based upon what I've heard, and then I'll walk through the survey results. One is that I think someone mentioned that the people of color who are, and somewhere in a comment, that are suffering from discrimination. We all suffer from discrimination. Even the perpetrators suffer from it because they're ill. They are to display that level of hate and disdain for your fellow human beings. Something is off somewhere. So we all suffer, and the community at large suffers because you don't get the best. You don't get the creativity. You don't get the authentic self of people of color, because we hold back when we feel we're under attack. You don't get our brilliance. You do not get that. So we all suffer. The other point is, I think Faith or someone mentioned, well, the people that need to be here, they're, the people that are perpetrating the hate aren't in these conversations. I'm going to say something rather radical. I don't want them sitting at my table, because why should I be if you can't have a civilized conversation, then I'm not going to be the brunt of your attack. People of color have had it. So the the counter to that madness, which is really what it is, look at the Capitol Hill mob, that's madness. The counter to that is the forces of good, the same forces have to make enough noise and put enough policy in place and enough controls in place so that doesn't happen. Because when conversation devolves to that point where it's just mob mentality and pure hatred, they turned on the police. They turned on themselves. I mean, it was complete chaos. We cannot let, in Petaluma, we cannot let these acts, these omissions and commissions, things that people are and aren't doing, continue to create an atmosphere where people of color feel threatened or unsafe, because the community is not at its best. So let's walk through the survey. So the survey was launched December 11th of 2020. The summary that's here is just a snapshot, is through January 13th. It's still open. And to that date, we had 855 responses. Now, this is what was amazing to me. We had a completion rate of 82%, meaning people who started the survey, of the people who started the survey, 82% completed. Do you realize how high that is for a municipal survey? That is wonderful. It says there's a lot of engagement. And the average time spent was almost 10 minutes. And I'm big on visuals. If I was there, I'd be running all over the stage or the room. But look at this. This is the survey. This is on this paper. I think it's at least a ream and a half. People had a lot to say. People are very, very, very activated by this. Let's go to the next slide, please. The demographics of the survey. So you've got a proportionally higher percentage of African Americans responded than they are a part of the population, because there's a lot of angst. I'm just calling out a couple of things that stood out to me. The Latinx population or response was much lower than its proportion in the population. And frankly, from my anecdotal data, meaning my interviews, it's because of fear and lack of feeling that they'll be heard, or fear of coming forward. Let's go to the next slide, please. So I love this. This is called a word cloud. And I'm going to give credit to Ingrid for Alvarez for coming up with this, using this. This is something you can do in the survey software, but I love the fact that she culled this out. So for those of you who are statistical wonks like I am, it's basically a frequency diagram. And what that means is that what the software does is the more frequently or the more times a word shows up, the larger the font. So I'm going to look at 7 words here. So 3 that are approximately the same size: segregated, excellent, and great. Those can't exist harmoniously in the same space. If something can't be segregated and excellent, it can't be segregated and great unless you're racist, which is not good, okay? The next 4 that stood out to me: fine, good, unknown, and white. Well, how can it be fine and good if it's unknown? If it's all white? I'm a little, the white is probably just meant to describe the cultural aspect, but the unknown, and I'm not dismissing that. I mean, it can mean that it's a predominantly white culture that's imposed on others, but the unknown really troubled me next to fine and good, because if it's unknown, how can you live in a community where you don't know what race relations are like? Are you just ignoring it? So let's go to the next slide, please. So have you had experience with Petaluma Police Department? This was just to set a foundation. Over 75% have, and it wasn't negative or positive. They just had some interaction. Next, please. And then here, what was interesting to me, the question is, if you've not had experience, did you have a need, but you didn't reach out? And 0% of African Americans said they had a need, but didn't reach out. And I don't think that's true. I just think that people may have moved past that question, because in my anecdotal data, there were some African Americans during the interviews who said they had a need, but felt that they'd be profiled or treated somehow differently or not taken seriously. The other that stood out was that a fairly significant portion of the Latinx population did not reach out, even though they had a need. And from what my interviews told me was that it was out of fear. Let's go to the next slide, please. Now, if we look at this slide, what we're looking at here, how would you rate your experience with the Petaluma Police Department? Frankly, overwhelmingly, the answer was good, very good. You also have to look at the proportion of the population in Petaluma, which is, you know, a very high white population who don't tend to have as many issues with the police. But the real point of this, and I'm not saying the police haven't done, you know, good work, or the majority of the officers, as well as the chief and the deputy chief, are committed to equity. But what we're concerned about here is the very poor and needs work and neutral. The goal of this work is to move that all to good and very good, so that everybody feels equally protected and equally safe here in Petaluma. Let's go to the next one. So the question is, how would you rate the city's efforts to embrace diversity, equity, and inclusion? You know, the city needs to improve its DEI efforts. The data it says that the work is somewhat acceptable, but the anecdotal data told us something different. And what it is that representation matters. So people of color need to see themselves in city marketing materials. They need to see themselves in people that work for the city. There need to be policies that reflect their concerns. Next one, please. Now, there were two questions that really stood out to me in terms of the answers. So let me go over those two questions first. What is the most important action that the Petaluma Police Department can do to improve experiences and interactions with people of color within Petaluma? And the next question, next slide, please. What are the top 3 actions that the city of Petaluma can do to improve the experiences of people of color within the city? So let's go to the next slide. We divided the answers into 3 buckets, if you will, 3 themes. First is social fabric, so the sense of the community. The next is the police department, and the last was city government. So I'm going to go through each of these. So under the social fabric or sense of community, lack of a sense of belonging on the part of some BIPOC citizens. BIPOC citizens feel safe and welcome at times, yet at other times they fear for their safety. White supremacy does in fact exist in Petaluma, whereas others feel that it doesn't exist at all. That can't be. You can't have it. It's got to exist, because if people feel that way, if they feel it, if people of color feel it, it exists. Xenophobia passed down through generations. So xenophobia is basically the fear of ethnicities, or the lack of inclusion of ethnicities other than your own. And this is so it's basically racism that's passed down through generations. Let's go to the next one on social fabric, please. People create racial issues that don't exist. So that goes to me, that's a microaggression right there. How can you tell me it doesn't exist? You don't walk in my shoes. Since that radical left is forcing issues that don't exist, I'm not into labels. I'm into what people's experiences are. People should also be open to moderate and conservative ideology. Absolutely. People can have, there's a sense that in some of the comments, well, if you're not quote unquote radical left, whatever that means, then you don't belong, you're not politically correct. And that's not the sense that I got from my interviews with people of color. You know, you can have a moderate or conservative ideology, but you can't take away my rights. You cannot somehow diminish my access to the same things that you have, or my ability to exist. That's not part of moderate or conservative ideology. That's racism. The survey creates more of a racial divide. There were some comments that just even doing this survey is creating a problem. Oh, well, I'm getting into good trouble, to quote John Lewis. Petaluma has become very political and polarized, shamed if you don't believe a certain way, since that white liberals erroneously try to speak for BIPOC. This is really important. There's this notion of allyship, and people of color don't need anybody to speak for us. We need you to listen. Now, you can join the fight, but if we're talking about our experiences, you need to let us lead and let us tell you what we need and then help us implement. In general, the city climate feels very closed-minded, racist, and white-centered. Let's go to the next one, please. Okay, now these were themes about the Petaluma Police Department. So differential treatment of BIPOC by police, profiling, dismissiveness, and harassment. There's a sense that alternative forms of policing, like the CAHOOTS program with mental health and social services professionals, having a stronger role in certain instances. There were many that felt that the police are doing an excellent job. I want to call that out too, and that they're making efforts such as the uncomfortable conversation session. I want to talk about this for a minute because I had a lot of conversations with the chief about this. The police department can be doing absolutely outstanding work in one instance and fall down terribly in the next. That's any institution can do that. It comes back down to the culture and the individual police officer understanding his or her role in a situation, as well as the public understanding what's happening in a policing situation, because we don't always know. So I just want to, we have to be careful, when we talk about those who are here to protect us, because it can go either way, but we need each other. So I think we need to learn to listen to each other. I remember after one of the murders that happened, we had to call the police to my mother's house for something. I don't remember, her alarm was going off and I happened to be over there. And this was right after one of these things happened. And the police officer came to the door and, the first thing I said, this one, I don't remember which one, it must have happened like the day before. I said, "Officer, I want to thank you for what you're doing and for doing the work that you're doing." And he started crying. And he just literally, this grown man, just tears. He said, "I am trying so hard." He said, "I'm not those officers who would do something like that to another human being." So we always have to remember that we are dealing with human beings here. The key is, how do you create a culture where you have more of that than you have of these people who would do some of these horrible murders? More community policing, foot patrols, and community involvement, where people get to see that side, that human side. There were many who felt that the uncomfortable conversations with Emmanuel Acho was a huge step. And there were others who felt it was, propaganda. I think the majority felt that it was a very positive step. Having been there, racism is hard. It's hard to deal with this unconscious bias. And just when I saw some of the police officers say, "No, I've never had a Black person over to my house, over for dinner," or no, that's honest. Okay, so, what can we do about that? Militarization of the police department with advanced weapons is not good, and it contributes to escalation. So that, what weapons do the police need? What do they not need? Is that really the issue? These are things that we have to talk through. Next, please. Police need more de-escalation, implicit bias, and cultural competency training. I think we heard that in the presentations. People should try and see police as protectors and not adversaries. I think that people of color do try to do that, but when we turn on the TV and we see people being killed that shouldn't be, and if they were white, they wouldn't have been, it's hard not to flash like that. It's very hard. Police should hold listening sessions in the community, not presentations. Just listen. When I used to train consultants, when I was a young thing, I remember one of the things I would always tell my staff when I was in the corporate world before I started my firm about 17 years ago, but I would tell them, the most important skill you can learn is shut up. They would all look at me, with this, but it's very important. Listening, not having an answer, not being defensive. Police force should hire more diverse officers and more Spanish speakers. Okay, next, please. For the city, marketing materials should show more diversity, invite a more diverse workforce and a residential base. Show people of color, depict people of color, more Spanish language services and material. City allocate more funds towards social workers and mental health services, and work with schools to promote more desegregation, and create more and better low or lower income housing alternatives. Okay, might we go to the next one, please? More diverse city workforce that we talked about, promote more multicultural activities. This is really important. You know, I was really, really fortunate. I grew up in Berkeley, and my teacher for like 1st through 3rd grade was an Asian woman who took the entire class of 30 students, and we learned all about Chinese and Japanese history in the United States. I mean, we went to, you know, I mean, it was in depth. And it really sensitized me as an African American woman to another culture other than just Chinese New Year's. You know, the struggles, the reality, you know, what China Camp represents over there in, you know, when I ride my bike in China Camp, you know, in San Rafael on the water, what that represented. Know that representation matters. District elections to give minorities a chance to elect candidates who represent them. And the city should train its employees in diversity, equity, inclusion, and implicit bias. So those are a lot of the themes that came out from that large pile of interviews. Let's go to the next slide, please. So I'm going to turn it back to Mayor Barrett, because we really, really want to hear from the public. This is your time to make your statements. We want to hear from your heart, and we will be taking notes. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Barrett, this is Ingrid. I just want to interrupt quickly. I'm so sorry. If we could just take a minute to allow our translators to switch spaces. It's a lot of talking, and so that person's speaking the whole time. And just a reminder, as we enter public comment, if people could speak a little slower than normally so the translator can keep up. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ingrid, while I have you here, do you want to mention to our public comment people again how they can get their words out if they need to speak Spanish?
Perfect. And I'll ask our translator that's on the English side to translate what I'm saying, which is if you are a Spanish speaker and you'd like to share during public comment, please switch to the Spanish side in your Zoom and raise your hand.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is our translator, our English translator here that can say that in Spanish on the English channel? Sorry, I'm going to stop my share. They might be switching right now.
Okay, when they come up, let me know, and then I will stop speaking and let them say that. So we are now opening public comment, and this is a really important part of this evening. And we have been asked by many people in the community to please listen first to people from the BIPOC community. Now, it is not easy for us to do that because we don't know who you are when you raise your hand. So what I'm going to ask those people who want to speak, if you are not from the BIPOC community, can you lower your hand at this point? And I would ask anyone from the BIPOC community who would like to speak to please raise your hand so that we can hear you first. And once we have gone through all the people who self-identify as BIPOC, then we will ask everyone else to raise their hand. I just want to make, it's not perfect. People may not be listening to me right now, and they may have missed that, and they come in, after 25 people have spoken. But I am asking you, I see there's 177 people attending this. And if you do identify as BIPOC, please raise your hand now, and then we will try and get to you first. So when I finish speaking and when the translator comes back on and does their job, Patrick, our moderator, will set up the rules for how we're going about this. And, and until that time, you know, I also want to remind people that if you don't want to speak publicly, but you still have a question that you would like answered, the Q&A is open and you're free to ask something there. You can also send us an email if you think of something a second time, because we really only go through people once, you know, so say what you have to say. And because we have so many people in attendance and we really have a lot to go forward, we have the whole time for the city council to discuss all the things we're hearing and that we have read and that we are going to be hearing. You know, we want to keep this as, you know, brief as possible so that we're not here at midnight. And we want you to be able to hear how we're going through this process. So please don't repeat if you don't need to. And with that, I think, is our translator ready?
Translator 2 on English channel, are you there? I know they were switching. Oh, I see you. Yeah, they were switching.
So yes, we were switching, and I made the comment for people that wanted to participate in the Spanish to make the switch. So the person that is going to translate in Spanish, he should be ready now.
Perfect. But could you just let those folks on the English channel know in Spanish how to participate in Spanish? Remind them that they need to switch channels just in case they're still on the English channel.
Yes, so I'll let him know. So I was in the translating in Spanish. Now he's going to be doing the translating in Spanish. So I'll send him a text.
No. Could you just say out loud in this forum in Spanish, if someone's listening on the English channel, how to switch?
Oh, yeah. Si alguien está escuchando aquí en inglés y quiere participar en el foro en español, lo único que tienen que hacer es apretarle abajo hay un botón que dice español en inglés, le aprietan al de español y ya se les va a cambiar para que puedan escuchar todo en español.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so now with that, I'm going to turn it over to Patrick, and hopefully the first 10 people who have their hands up are BIPOC people. But Patrick, go ahead with the regulations.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this point, members of the public wishing to give a public comment on this discussion, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. Attendees will be muted when their time expires or when their comments have concluded, whichever comes first, and you'll be given 3 minutes in which to speak. Speakers are encouraged to be respectful. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. So at this point, we have 13 hands raised. I will share my screen so you can have the timer. The first speaker is John Hanania, followed by Mr. Perez. John, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Good evening. First of all, am I allowed to have other people yield their time to me? I guess no, I'll respond.
No is the answer to that.
Okay, can you reset my timer, please? Thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate one of the speakers who said, how do we know that Ken Savano is doing what he says he's going to do? That is a very good question. I think one of the most important thing is oversight committee. The police, they need to be held accountable for their wrongdoing, regardless what color your skin is. There's a lot of good people in Petaluma Police Department, but also there's a very, very large number of corrupt and bad people in the department. I don't think you need to defund the department. I think you need to start paying them good wages and have good education for them how to deal with the public. Also, they need to follow procedures and policies. And when a member of the public comes to the governing body for something they're doing wrong, not to cover up for them, and I will repeat verbatim what I was told by one of the city council member when I said the city manager is not doing her job, covering up for wrongdoing. And the response was from the city council, well, her job is to go protect the employees, and I'll be doing the same thing if I was in her shoes. So there's a lot of bad experience in Petaluma that some of the people need more than 3 minutes to express how they feel. I think that also the police department should have an open door policy if they have any concern. And as David Keller, former city council member, used to say, the buck stops here. So when you have a governing body who is not doing anything when it comes before them, that is shame on you. And that is the city council is the governing body. I haven't seen any action from the newcomers, but previously you guys don't do nothing. You talk and talk and talk, and all you do is talk. Words could lie. Actions speak louder than words. And you have very little action over the last 30 years. You are not going to find one single person understand the police department as much as I do. And I've asked this question many times. How could a civilian like myself understand the rules and regulation more than majority of your staff? Most of your staff, they look like they need to be wearing diapers. So you need to have some more education for your police department, and I really encourage you for oversight committee, and I would like to throw my name in the hat for one. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. The next speaker is Mr. Perez, followed by Demetra Smith. Mr. Perez, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Stefan Perez, and good evening, Petaluma City Council. Today's talk about racism in Petaluma is an important one, and there's a large amount of data from our community to comb through and decide of how to move forward. One of the reports is the Community Forum on Racism and Interactions with the Police, police in Petaluma. And this is based on the forum that was on July 18th through 19th of 2020, in which I attended. And as a BIPOC citizen of Petaluma, I would like to make my voice heard for the council and for the record that at no time in my group's discussion did we talk about defunding of the police. Well, defunding of the police was brought up by a few of the other groups. The way I saw it, it was not the majority of demands for change during our larger group discussion. However, the first demand made in the final report is defunding the police. So, and the word defund really hasn't been used that much tonight, and maybe it's because of how unpopular it is, but it's at the front of that report. And I can't speak for the other groups, but I believe that the discussion in my group has been misinterpreted, and I wanted to clarify that. The Latino discussion group did advocate for an increase in funding for mental health first responders, similar to what was proposed with Cahoots, but it wasn't made clear that this would be an either or thing. We just talked about an increase of funding for this type of program, not defunding. The other thing I wanted to add is that in our segregated Latino group, we could not think of a single bad interaction that we had with Petaluma Police Department. And we could only remember positive interactions, like all the bad interactions were from other places that weren't here. And a lot of it was anxiety, but not really based on much except for like the news. Like what we're getting from the media was to be, you know, more afraid and be on edge, which I think is a pretty big problem in regards to this. So thank you. I just wanted to make that clear that I did not, and I do not support a move to defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Demetra Smith, followed by Anne-Marie Daniels. Demetra, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you. I don't live in Petaluma, but I've been called here since 2016 to deal with racism, both as the junior commission manager, program manager, and a human rights commissioner and the chair. So in 2016, the Junior Commission's Racial Equality and Justice Committee conducted a school climate survey of 600 Sonoma County students, and there were huge problems not only in the county, but in Petaluma. So some of the comments: I get picked on because of the color of my skin. All the white folk chase me around yelling, "Get that black boy." Administration doesn't do anything about the racial inequality at school. I've gone to the principal and brought up situations. No one does anything about it. White students getting away with racially inappropriate things. I've been told I should play a character from Compton and have been cast in many school plays as a stereotypical slave role. People wearing Make Casa Great Again hats, people wearing shirts that said go back to Mexico, people skipping class, going into another class and harassing students after the election. So this is not new. Students have already been reporting white supremacy masquerading as patriotism for years. Trucks gunning their engines at BIPOC students, yelling racial slurs on the street, displays of the Confederate flag, a white teacher writing the N-word all over the classroom board to desensitize students when teaching Huckleberry Finn, Jewish teacher receiving a hate letter. So these incidents have really escalated as white supremacy has become emboldened to the point of threats, harassment, not just at school and online, but physical threats and violence at peaceful protests and at people's homes from students and their parents. So school officials have stated that they have no jurisdiction over the actions of their students when they're online or not on campus, which is false and a violation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. So they've turned the responsibility over to local law enforcement, and I'm now hearing that there's no action. So there is a serious problem in Petaluma. There's members of a local MAGA group who have bragged on social media platforms that they have support inside the police department. So to verify that's not the case, PPD should also engage in screening and banning of any officers that are associated with white supremacist groups or espouse white supremacist ideologies, and the city should require this in its contract with PPD. I urge you to adopt the recommendations from the listening sessions report and to allow true community oversight. Please prioritize the safety and quality of life for Black, Indigenous people of color in Petaluma. Do not listen to loud white voices that proclaim there are no issues because the current system works for them. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Anne Marie Daniels, followed by Dylan. Anne Marie, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, so my name is Anne Marie Daniels. My pronouns are she and they. I was part of the organizing committee for the listening circles, as well as the report that came out of the listening circles. There are a few things that I wanted to just touch on based on the presentations that have been put forth with the workshop today. There's a lot of great points. I think sometimes those points can be just, instead of listened to, just repeated by white voices. And so that's something that I'd like to point out, as well as just noting that we submitted the report at the end of last year, and in multiple times in this workshop, we've mentioned the death of George Floyd, which since then there have been multiple deaths and multiple instances of police overstepping their bounds, including here in Petaluma. And that's my message tonight, is that when we talk about action, it really does need to come with urgency, because I have been in city council meetings where we've debated whether or not we should review the report or if we should have listening circles and we should have this conversation later, or we should have this conversation now. And we've said, let's do it all at the same time. And now it is January. I know that we have new people on the city council, some of them that I voted for, and I'm happy to have them. And I'm happy that we are working so closely with Tracy Webb. We've given you some very specific ways that we can step forward and move forward with cahoots programs or listening circles and things like that. But I want to urge that we don't meet in the middle, because the middle would be between freedom and safety for everyone in Petaluma and white supremacy. And we're not just the bubble of Petaluma. We live in Sonoma County. Santa Rosa Police Department posted a blue thin line flag on the day before Martin Luther King Day. We're not exclusive from that. The Human Rights Commission posted a report about many atrocities that happened in the protest of Santa Rosa, and we know that Petaluma participates in mutual aid with Santa Rosa. Were any of our police officers involved in those brutalities? If they were, they should be terminated. We should not hire anyone with brutalities or a history of violence outside of the community. We should commit to that thing. We should face what we're talking about and act, not just talk. I don't want to have another workshop without action. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Anne Marie. The next speaker is Dylan, followed by Ree. Dylan, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Dylan. I've been a Petaluma resident for 10 years. I am a direct descendant of slavery. Not only that, I can trace my ancestors back to the 16th and 1700s of America. So I'm probably more American than anybody talking other than First Nations individuals, okay? And I will be the first to say, yes, I feel that defunding the police should be something that should happen. But what we should do is pay police a better salary, educate them much better so that they can handle situations, because I hear over and over again about how cops have all of these tasks that they can't deal with, and we should take those responsibilities away from them. If they can't deal with social work, if they can't deal with something, a mental breakdown, they shouldn't walk up on them and shoot them and kill them. I mean, I've got personal experiences with cops in this town. When I was here younger, when I first moved to this town 10 years ago, get pulled over at night, coming out of my house to go to the grocery store, and the cops would roll up on me, 3-4 cars deep, with their gloves on, like looking at me like ready to go, because they see a big black man that they think is gonna, you know, be this moment in the, like in their adrenaline is like on. You can hear it in my voice, man. That's the adrenaline that they come at you with. Okay, I don't want military gear in this with cops anymore. I don't want to see them roll up with guns that look like they're supposed to go to war. Okay, if cops have any kind of Facebook or social media ties with any groups whatsoever, we should know about it. We should know about it here in Petaluma, and that should be something that should be discussed, and they should be immediately fired. Okay, and then any cop, you know, like I feel like those the blue lives, when they put the Blue Lives Matter flags with like their different patches that they wear, that's just like offensive, like intimidation gear. We should not have, cops should be demilitarized, not wearing weapons, coming to talk to individuals, get to know us, so that we don't have this kind of intensity and animosity and feel like, you know, that we have to live as second-class citizens, as people of color in this country, as in Petaluma. And I've been a part of all of these groups. It's talk. I see a lot of y'all looking at your phones. Y'all are holding your heads. You're looking away from the screen. This is my everyday life. This is my world. This is what I live in. I'm watching everybody here who's important, who looks away when something gets heavy that's talked about. This is my everyday world and my existence. Every person of mine who's a person of color. I'm going to like the trauma from being a descendant of slavery. You pull the curtain back, you can't go back anymore, okay? It all has to change. I'm going to do everything I can where I live, from local level to statewide. We got to change, okay? I wish I had more time to ramble, because I know I could, but please.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Ree, followed by Jane Hamilton. Ree, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So as you heard, my name's Ree, and I want to start off echoing the words of KJ Brooks. I'm not nice, and I'm not here to be respectable. I'm a longtime resident of Petaluma and a small part of the 1% Black population that is here. Growing up, I've experienced significant amounts of racism, micro and macro aggressions that literally made me become a self-hating Black woman. I'm consistently disappointed in the inaction of PBD, especially when it comes to keeping BIPOC in this town safe and their lack of outreach to us. Time and time again, we've seen how they failed to protect BIPOC in Petaluma. We saw how they allowed Jamie Farrell, who is racist and violent, to have that counter protest against people that were literally just trying to support Black teachers who had been fired from St. Vincent's. And they sat by and they let this happen. This is the same Jamie Farrell who decided to use an emoji to flash the white power symbol on Facebook. We saw with Katie Sorensen, a white mom influencer, making a false report, and without any evidence or corroboration, PPD put their picture of this Latin family all over Facebook, all over social media, and with Katie garnering upwards of 70,000 followers and 4 million likes, This family's life was put into danger, and there's still no charges being filed against her. Again, I always have to talk about the fact that PPD sat down with Emmanuel Acko, who is a Black man that's not even from Petaluma, and being Black in Petaluma is very different than being Black in Oakland or anywhere else that's predominantly Black. You had all these officers on stage that can't even tell when they had a conversation with a group of Black people or when they had a Black person over for dinner. How are Black people supposed to feel safe in this city when our majority white police department does not know how to interact with us? This is why City Council and also the police department need to sit down and have BIPOC lead conversations about racism in this town, because it exists, even if the white people here do not think it does. People like Jerry Romano, who says we're the ones creating divide by bringing up racism in this town, especially after the George Floyd protests on May 25th. We need to implement Cahoot's program. We need to get rid of campus cops. We need to defund, demilitarize the police, and reallocate funds to schools, housing, healthcare, mental health, environmental justice, and we need independent oversight for this town, similar to Measure P. And eventually we do need to abolish the police, and people are going to be like, oh no, well, what are we going to do then? You aren't being creative enough when it comes to your thinking, because police weren't always here. They started as slave patrol in order to protect white people's property, aka enslaved Africans. Policing isn't made to protect people, it's made to protect property. And lastly, PPD, you all just need to quit your jobs. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, looks like we had a hand go down. Next speaker is Hanan, followed by Bibbs. So Hanan, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hello. On November 6th, myself and another civilian interceded on behalf of a man who was experiencing some sort of mental health episode. What I witnessed that evening was something out of a movie. I have never seen anything like it in real life. 5 police cruisers, lights flashing, weapons and tasers drawn, a loudly barking police dog, and a red taser light on the chest of a Black man named Damian Grissom, standing alone. In that video, myself and another citizen pleaded with the police to lessen their presence, and once they did, Mr. Grissom laid himself down and surrendered. As a teacher who works in a therapeutic setting with students who have high trauma and mental and emotional health challenges, and as a teacher who has also worked in a court-mandated school as well as juvenile hall with gang members and in-risk youth, what I saw when I arrived on that scene was a clear lack of understanding or care for mental health issues. I saw racism. I saw a lack of training and de-escalation. As a teacher working in these environments, I have received extensive training in de-escalation as well as trauma response. I go into classrooms each day knowing that I am putting myself at risk, but I am armed with strategies and tools that do not include a gun or any other form of intimidation. There is a culture that we are asking our Petaluma police officers to step away from. There is an element of control that we are asking Petaluma police officers to release. When we ask people in power to relent power and allow for others to restructure what their roles look like, that can feel threatening. It can feel like a personal attack. When people chant defund police, undoubtedly causes anxiety and defensiveness within police departments. We have heard some people respond, but we need police. The statement really is reimagine community safety, restructure what emergency response looks like, fund emergency social workers and therapeutic services. In other words, fund a complete and fully functional safety network for the community. We need something else because what we have isn't working. If it's broken, fix it. We need to adopt a Cahoots model. As a biracial person of color and a queer person who has been targeted by the Proud Boys, I can say that I do not feel safe. My daughter moved away from the area because as a brown person, she did not feel like there was a place for her in Petaluma High or in the community in general. When I taught at Petaluma High School, I witnessed so much racism. I shared a classroom with the only Black teacher at the time, and the N-word was written on our classroom walls. That was by far not the only incident I witnessed there. The citizens of Petaluma deserve to live in safety. I can say with certainty that there are a large number of Petalumans who will not call the police if they witness a person of color experiencing a mental break. I know that I will never be making that call. Police officers are not the appropriate people to be handling mental and emotional health issues. They are not trained to do so. The incident on 11/6 proved exactly that. So please, city leadership, tell me who we should call the next time we see Mr. Grissom having an episode, because it will not be 911. Please tell me who we should call when we want to ensure the safety of the community, as well as the safety of our citizens who struggle with mental health issues, is a concern.
Sorry, Hanan, the time has expired. Next speaker is Bibbs, followed by Francis Frazier. Bibbs, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. So Ree, Demetra, and Hanan just gave y'all a masterclass of what y'all should be thinking about right now. I really hope y'all are writing everything they were saying down, because wow. Just want to reiterate that the police are originally slave catchers, and that's just a facet of white supremacy, and that is often not talked about in these conversations. And that's a huge problem, because ultimately this system is based on white supremacy. This is how this country started. It was started on oppression of people of color and First Nations people, and having police officers still be a thing in this time is really disrespectful. You have to rethink how you're going to do community care and community safety, like Hanan was saying. Defunding the police is actually not that scary of a thing. I really suggest you listen to all the BIPOC people here, and in the future, also make sure your public comments are more spread out over a longer period of time, because 3 minutes is not enough time for people to get out what they really want to say. I don't have a lot to say tonight, but frankly, yeah, these meetings got to be set up different. The whole system's got to be set up differently, and abolish the police. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Jay, followed by Kimmy Barbosa. And just a request from the translators, if folks, I know you have a lot to say and we want to hear it, but we're doing these translations in real time. So if you can try to speak a little bit slower, that gives our translators more time to get these comments broadcast out in Spanish as well. So our next speaker is Jay, and you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
The Petaluma City Council is responsible for upholding for its citizens a culture of equal rights under the law, in which all individuals are treated equally under the law. As part of that responsibility, it's the council's job to oversee and ensure that Petaluma Police Department enforces the law equally for all individuals in our city. Petaluma is a dynamic and inclusive city that proudly attracts individuals from all races, languages, and cultures who believe in personal responsibility. And further, our city welcomes families that teach their children the same. The idea that defunding the police department will ensure that the law is applied equally to all individuals in our city is absurd, because it's asking the police to maintain the integrity of equality under the law with even less resources. The statistics provided by the chief and how we serve are wholly within reason for a city as large as ours. Moreover, there has been no actionable data presented to the council or the public during any session or report generated by a contractor or the media specific to Petaluma indicating a pervasive and problematic issue of police abuse, or the evidence of officers' misconduct indicating racial bias. This lack of data is also evident in the report by Tracy Webb, which is mostly made up of anecdotes and qualitative data indicating discomfort with police in general, and does not include or cite quantifiable statistics specific to the police department. Rather, the report cites specific data indicating changing racial demographics in our schools. However, it's the council's responsibility to know that the opportunity for addressing inclusion and equity in our schools is under the purview of the governing board of PCS. Indeed, education demonstrates today the community we would like to see in the future. To recommend that the police department is in need of defunding requires oversight and requires permanent elimination of SRO programs. Our solutions to problems not proven to exist by objective, quantifiable data describing the problem with police abuse or conduct in our city. If the council is concerned about oversight of the police department and their methods of law enforcement in particular, then it's the responsibility of the council and the city manager to provide such oversight themselves, utilizing existing city governmental structures which are accountable to voters, and for executing the existing laws at hand to improve the performance of the police department. Further, to fulfill the role council members were elected to do, the conversation about police abuse in Petaluma should be paused until actionable and objective data is presented clearly and objectively for public consideration. Instead, I recommend the council immediately recognize the statistics on staffing within the police department compared to our city's population for the last 50 years, and thus noted, commend the chief for his resourceful and effective leadership of the department's collective effort, protecting the rights of every individual in our city throughout his tenure. Thank you, and I'll yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kimmy Barbosa, followed by Frauke Kozar. Kimmy, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Kimmy Barbosa. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
something that really stuck out to me tonight was the phrase that when BIPOC, when Black, Indigenous people of color don't feel safe, that you don't get our brilliance. And that is so true. And I want to thank, first of all the courageous people of color tonight who have come out to share this brilliance and reclaim our space, because this has been a very long time coming. I first of all want to say that you should continue the contract with Tracy Webb and continue these conversations so our residents, especially our residents of color, don't feel pressured to fit their comments and grievances into 3 minutes. This has been years and years and decades and generations of oppression, and to give 3 minutes is an injustice. Continuing these listening circles, but actually following them up with actions, which I believe many community groups have given you, including with the presentation tonight, examples of what these actions can be, and actually making moves on this. I think there should be a vetting process with law enforcement to weed out officers who have ties to white supremacists and hate groups. And this goes beyond social media, because we all know that law enforcement does not tend to use social media, or at least use fake names, right? They like to keep anonymity for good reason. If the government of the United States is able to weed out people within their National Guards during Inauguration Day, I think every law enforcement agency should be able to do this with their own employees, whether that be law enforcement or even just city, local government. There needs to be a vetting process in all levels of government, as well as oversight for law enforcement here, similar to a CAHOOTS program or similar to an IOLERO office. Also, we need representation on councils, all city councils in this county. We need people of color in city council. We need people of color in decision-making roles. The profiling and use of force complaints that have happened recently need to be thoroughly investigated. And finally, something I'm not hearing enough that really needs to be highlighted is we need to stop the incarceration of children. This is an inherently racist practice, and it became especially so after the Clinton era because of the quote-unquote super predator theory, right? That these youth of color will become even more, violent and predatorial, and they may look sweet, but they're, super predators. They're violence in the making, right? Which increased incarceration of children, especially harsher sentences. We are in 2021. There is no reason that children should be incarcerated. This is an absolutely antiquated practice and is inherently racist and does not give anyone a chance later on. And of course, I'm running out of time, so I'll yield my 19 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Frauke, followed by Todd Tamura. So Frauke, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Yes, good evening. I'm so grateful that I figured out how to do this. Thank you. I want to elaborate on the white supremacy to begin with and the division that has been going on. I am an immigrant and I'm from Germany. I am white, but I'm getting harassed with, when not agreeing with a certain side of the political, we all have different ideas and understandings of political views, and we shouldn't be harassed, whether we're black or white or orange or yellow. Skin color doesn't matter in my eyes. Nothing, by the way, is printed in German anywhere, whether it's DMV or it's the banks. Nothing ever comes in German. I'm okay with that because when I came to this country, I expected of myself to speak the language spoken where I want to live, just for that. But I really wanted to talk and get into the defunding police. So I lost my child 18 months ago. I spoke at a couple of events, and I had the police force over here multiple times. He suffered mental health issues and died because he wasn't heard. He was not heard by the authorities that he needed mental health help. And many of my friends did not even know that he had mental health issues. But when it presented, it was severe. And I feel that we need to educate the community and how to do police calls, how to integrate a different system, when I remember many times when I called and I was asking for the mobile support team to come along because they knew my son is not a criminal. He was suffering mental health issues. And I'm very, very willing to be part of this. I have already called the police department that, yes, there was things that went wrong in the 11 or 12 years that I had the experience and the learning of dealing with mental health and the police force. I am a single white female, and I needed at times the help from the police, but some of the people at the police department treated me so badly because I called for help. We need to change that, and it takes the community and the police together. And I'm very, very happy to be part of that community of oversight. I actually was one of the going forces, and that made it happen to have the Measure P put on the ballot last year. And I was thanked by people for that. And I'm willing to be the change that it needs and the help. So again, Frauke Kosa, I'm more than happy.
I'm sorry, Frauke, I need to cut you off there. Your time has expired. Members of the public wishing to speak that aren't necessarily from the BIPOC community, you may raise your hand now if you'd like to provide a comment. We're getting lower into this, so please feel free to raise your hand if you have a comment. Next speaker is Todd Tamura, followed by Kenyatta Reynolds. Todd, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, my name's Todd Tamura. I'm half Asian, half white, but most people would perceive me as Asian. Appreciated a lot of what was said tonight. Appreciated Ms. Faith Ross's comments, some specific instances. I think a lot of things that people have mentioned about pledges and eliminating white supremacy, or things that seem like they should be pretty doable. I think that when people start talking about defunding and saying, well, you should hire more diverse officers, a lot of things that haven't been said is, I think a lot of people are saying, we want to listen, and it's like, okay, well, I hope people will listen to what the police have to say too. And this is, people are right, it's not a 3-minute conversation, but my little brother went through the San Francisco Police Department. He's probably one of the most capable people I know. He went through the training, and they go through thousands of candidates. They go through the academy. It takes months and months of training. Only a fraction of those people graduate. Only a fraction of those people then go out with training officers. And so he graduated, with one award and all that. They get an incredible amount of training already, diversity training and other training. And after being on the street for not very long, he just said, this is too hard a job. I can't do a good job at it. And, I think that a lot of people don't realize that. It's a very unique job. It's not so easy to just say, oh, just hire somebody. It's like, yeah, it's not that simple. There are so many complex things involved with the job. So I hope people will recognize that too. The last thing I wanted to mention was, with respect to Tracy Webb's presentation, I appreciated a lot of things that had to be said, and we've certainly watched Kamau Bell's program, and also saw him when he was here live in Petaluma. There were a couple things though you mentioned about saying, oh, other people have to do this work. Doesn't matter if people say that they didn't mean to hurt somebody's feelings. I think it does matter, in my opinion. I was in West Virginia for a summer, and I was the only Asian American there. They'd never seen an Asian American there before. And they told me that I spoke English good and all this sort of thing. And, you can either be offended by that or just realize that, well, that's, people's experience. And, they were very nice to me, and we made good friends. But, I'm glad I didn't, react to people's ignorance as a sign of animosity. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Kenyatta Reynolds, followed by Francis Frazier. Kenyatta, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I just wanted to say I'm a Petaluma resident since I was born. I've been here my whole life. Tracy Webb had said that people, BIPOC did not say that when we needed the police, we didn't call the police. I didn't do the survey because I have had conversations with the police department several times and was just not pleased by the outcome. Just 3 days ago, I went outside at 5:30 and I put on my roller skates and I was like, I'm gonna go roller skate to get myself some mental health. Within 5 minutes of being outside, I was circled by 3 boys on bikes, and they were circling me. I continued to keep going, and I just kept skating, and I was like, whatever. They then separated from each other and then came at me at different directions. One came right at me. I just skated right at him and looked at him, not realizing that I was a D1 track athlete. I could outskate this kid on his bike. So I went as fast as I can in his direction, to which he turned around, and it was hysterical, him looking back to see if he could get away from me. Right? So those things are happening outside of my house on my street, right? And so these are high schoolers who are doing this to people in the community. But what's happening is I don't want to call the police, because the last time I asked the police, when they knew that I was being targeted and people were going to throw manure on me, they didn't want to get out of their car because it would have been awkward for them to see their friends and have to say something to them. So why would I call the police? No, instead I called my community members and I said, this is happening to me right now. And I just want to let you know in case I call you so you can come and support me. I'm not going to call the police, because what's the point? Why? Because they've all grown up here. They've all been here. I know probably a third of the police who grew up in Petaluma and haven't left Petaluma, right? So there's no culture, there's no outside experience. They went to school here, they went to police academy, then they came here, and now they're friends with everyone in town. So the last time there was an incident with the boys getting in people's faces, the cop was there, said something to the boy, and then ended the conversation with, "Tell your dad I say hi. Are you still playing basketball?" They're not going to have any respect for that, right? There's no reason as to why we can't look outside of our bubble so that we can have more people inside our community to protect us. Also, I saw in the last email that Silvano sent out that he said that there's a Black police officer. Who is this person? Because in the video with David Grissom, the officer said, we don't have any Black police officers, when asked where was the Black police officer. So I am wondering, who is that officer? Because nobody's been able to identify that person. And it seems like it's interesting that now we have a Black police officer when it's convenient. I'm done now.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Kiri Bailey, followed by Jerry Threet. Kiri, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Kiri Bailey, and I too am a born and bred Petaluma resident for over half a century, and my parents and grandparents were also born and raised here. I am a white woman who was born and raised here, but I am in a interracial marriage, and my children are biracial. So I also want to identify myself as someone who has taught at the majority Hispanic school here in town for over a decade. So I feel like I have quite a few inroads to being able to want to chime into this conversation. I want to say first and foremost that my experience with the Petaluma Police, both professionally when working with students in Petaluma City Schools, having on multiple occasions having to have called them for mental health issues, which should not necessarily be the call that I'm making when I'm dealing with students who are in deep crisis from the ages of 7 up to 14. I have found that the Petaluma Police Department has responded absolutely professionally and going above and beyond to make sure that the children are made to feel safe. And these are children of Latin heritage, and we're talking about parents who don't speak English. And I want to commend the department for, at least in those instances, we recognize that policing is it's as complex as teaching, if not more so, right? We are not dealing with jobs and professions that are single faceted, right? These are multifaceted jobs, and these are complex issues. So I want to say that in my experience, I have found only professionalism and people being treated with dignity and respect, even when we're talking about people of color. I also have had to call the police personally for my own personal reasons, and found that the police department has treated my family with respect and dignity as well. It is so uncomfortable to hear talk of defunding when we're talking really about reallocation of funds. It feels so triggering to suggest that defunding is on the table when we're really talking about necessary restructuring for many reasons. I want to close with saying that while I appreciate the comments of Tracy Webb, I would want to sort of echo this idea that personal experience by hired professionals doesn't necessarily have a place in a presentation. And I do want to suggest that perhaps in the future, while appreciated, that comments are kept more on your job and less on your personal experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Jerry Threet, followed by Amelia Packard. Jerry, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Jerry Threet. I'm an attorney and consultant in police accountability and civilian oversight issues. I was the founding director of the Civilian Oversight Office for the sheriff here in the county, known as IOLERO, and was recently involved in the passage of Measure P last November, which received a 2/3 vote in your city. And I'm the current chair of the Commission on Human Rights. You're hearing a lot of truth shared this evening, and I think you should welcome that. This is a very important conversation that's happening tonight and has been happening in your city since this summer. It's not a new conversation, but it has a new urgency in a time when we're exiting from a presidency characterized by core beliefs of white supremacy. This conversation is important and must continue, as the work must continue to improve policing and police community relationships in our county and in your city. This process is not an attack on police officers or this department. This type of engagement we are seeing tonight is a key support for effective policing. True community policing depends on ongoing, authentic engagement that seeks to understand the perspective and desires of those who are policed. And that means an ongoing dialogue and a structure that facilitates that engagement. This is where a civilian oversight entity comes in. Such an entity is key to making ongoing engagement with the community successful. It provides the vehicle for that. And because our BIPOC communities so often experience the brunt of impacts from policing, it's extremely crucial that any civilian oversight entity center BIPOC community members. To put it simply, centering BIPOC voices makes it more likely that policing in your city and elsewhere will actually serve BIPOC needs. And when our most vulnerable community members are safe, we are all safe. So let's make our BIPOC community safe. Please support the resolution proposed by the Community Coalition presented here tonight. It's an excellent resolution and way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Amelia Packard, followed by Noah Miska. Amelia, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Amelia Packard. I'm 16 years old and I'm commenting tonight on behalf of Petaluma Youth for Cahoots in favor of the implementation of a Cahoot-style program in Petaluma. We need to help foster an environment in our local community that makes its citizens feel safe, protected, and cared for through a more effective crisis response model. Mental health emergencies need to be handled by trained mental health professionals rather than uniformed armed officers carrying out the results of a systemically corrupt institution. The unhoused community needs to receive the medical assistance they deserve without fear of punishment or shame. Potentially dangerous situations like heated arguments and suicide attempts need to be handled by mental health professionals trained in de-escalation, not police trained in force and criminalization. A Cahoots program in Petaluma could better handle these issues. While Petaluma did have a program similar to Cahoots in the past called the HOST program, it was later defunded due to budget cuts. We want to work closely with the Petaluma Police Department and develop a model that would meet the needs of the Petaluma community. We want to advocate for the allocation of resources for a pilot program. And tonight, we would once again like to reiterate the importance of this highly beneficial program and encourage anybody interested in helping us to make this a reality by reaching out to us at petalumayouth4cahoots@gmail.com. Once again, petalumayouth4cahoots@gmail.com, or over Instagram at the same name. In Petaluma, our 2020 police budget is $20.9 million. By allocating only $270,000 of this annually towards a Cahoot program, we could save the city approximately $1.8 million a year, better the well-being of marginalized groups, and save lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Noah Miska, followed by Sonjia Lowry. Noah, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't prepared a statement, but I'd like to speak primarily to the two officers who I see on the panel right now, Brian Miller and Ken Savano. I live in Petaluma. I grew up in Petaluma. I've seen your names a lot. I don't know who you are as people. I don't know exactly how you do your job, so I will not speak to that. What I would like to reiterate, what I would really like for you to hear, that I think is sort of a hard thing for police officers to really grapple with is the origins of the institution that you are sworn to. Multiple people have brought up the origins of policing in slavery. The first police officers, the first police departments began as slave patrols, and also as basically hired muscle to break up organized labor strikes. And that's the legacy that you're inheriting. And if you're going to do your job, you need to be contending with that. I've never heard a police officer speak to exactly how they think their profession has evolved since then, and why they think that those roots do not continue to shape the institution today, and the mindset and the policies and the practices, and I'm sure that I can imagine an impulse to sort of take a defensive stance and point to all these things that that you're doing to try and make things better, but I just really want you to listen to the stuff that is hardest for you to hear, because that is really where that's where the gold is. I know it's hard to hear, but listen to the people who are really spewing vitriol at you and try and understand where it comes from. Because I know you're trying to do a good thing, but I honestly think the best thing that you could do is quit your jobs and do something that will build stronger communities without state violence. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Sonjia Lowry, followed by Amaya Gare. So Sonjia, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hello, thank you so much, everyone. Nice to be here tonight with everyone, although this is a difficult time on the heels of a great day of hope that we just recently had. My name is Sonjia Lowry. I'm the superintendent of the Old Adobe Union School District here in Petaluma, and I've been in education for over 25 years, served in small districts, large districts, urban, suburban. The work is the same everywhere I've been, just serving kids and families every day. Growing up as a Black youth in America in our schools, my experience mirrors exactly what our most marginalized and under-resourced students experience every single day. I came to Petaluma to join this community to be an integral agent of change. And I believe that it starts with our mindsets. Dr. Maya Angelou says that when you know better, you do better. And this hard work is about bending the arc of our mindsets to change our behaviors and our practices, and therefore our structures and our systems that would undoubtedly change or improve the results that we're seeing. A researcher by the name of Deming says that every system is designed to produce the results that it gets. And so if we want to see something different, we have to create change. And there have been a lot of suggestions or ideas about what that change needs to be like tonight. But as a person that is serving in the system, Schools are no exception to the race-based codes and racialized justice systems, and educators are not immune from the biases that our nation has fomented for hundreds and hundreds of years. And it's hard to fathom, given all the challenges that we've experienced in this school year. But you know, the hard truth is we all have to do our part to be comfortable with being uncomfortable, and to do more than just have conversations about race. But it really is at this point, what actions are going to be taken. This means operating from an anti-racist lens, upholding human decency, and doing so as if human lives depend on it, because they literally do. I appreciate the conversation, but what I know to be true is that this work can't be done in isolation. We need cities, city government, community, and educators working in unison. And we need everyone to be on the same page in terms of working from awareness to advocacy to actions to accountability. So I look forward, not just for the conversation, but I look forward to the actions. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. The next speaker is Amia Garay, followed by Zoe Kimberly. Amia, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Amaya Garay. I'm a student at Casa Grande. This passage I'm about to read is buried on pages 83 to 84 of Tracy Webb's executive summary. Other community members and I feel this passage should be amplified because of its importance to the well-being of the community. The research conducted both during phase 1 and phase 2 uncovered a palpable polarization in the city of Petaluma. There are those citizens who do not believe that Petaluma suffers from any issues relating to racism or to problematic policing practices when it comes to people of color. Other citizens perceive a very real threat to their safety and well-being. There is also a sense that inquiry about race unnecessarily stirs up the pot and creates division simply by exploring the issues. The truth lies in people's lived experiences. If people of color express that they have felt or are currently experiencing racism, they are to be believed. No one gains anything by creating unnecessary trauma for themselves and their loved ones. One of the goals of diversity and inclusion work is to create pathways for authentic dialogue so that people can truly hear the stories of their fellow citizens, begin to understand their role in potentially perpetuating racist trauma, and begin to rectify the behavior and subsequently change the environment. The key with any change initiative is to identify those individuals who are committed to robust dialogue that could be wrenching at times. I have come across many such citizens during my interviews. The city should consider enabling a process post the January 21st meeting that provides a safe and facilitated series of working dialogue sessions. The sessions would be attended by citizens committed to achieving a significant and measurable milestone within the next 60 days that demonstrates progress towards addressing the racial climate in Petaluma. The milestone can be selected during the meeting, after input from the community groups, and after the research from this project is shared with the audience. People support that which they help create. If we begin this meeting with set community objectives going forward, the project will lose credibility. We have the framework and input into what a sample of the community experiences around racism. The facilitation of the 21st will be key in determining a suggested course of action going forward that will produce meaningful results so that this work is supported going forward. The City Council is perceived as either being out of touch with the state of race relations in Petaluma or to exhibit a lack of concern. The community of color and concerned citizens would like to see a commitment to action on the part of the City Council, as well as literally meeting the community where they are, out in their communities, for engagement and listening sessions, not presentations. There are many who commended the Petaluma Police Department for their service and work toward community policing. However, there are those who fear the police because of firsthand experiences with profiling or harassment. Once again, listening sessions in the community, openness about the how and why of various police procedures, more cultural competence training, implicit bias work, and alternative forms of community engagement, mental health and social services specialists deployed in some situations instead of police can go a long way toward bridging the racial divide. As a student, I feel that this passage was especially important and needs to be amplified within the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Zoe Kimberly, and I see we have a couple of hands that have been raised again. If there's not a second person in your household that would like to speak on this, can you please lower your hand if you've already gotten a turn to speak? Zoe Kimberly, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Okay.
I just want to say thank you, first of all, to all the work that's gone into this, specifically from our BIPOC community members. Thank you for, helping us all as white people learn more about this and learn how to hold ourselves accountable. I think that there's a lot of things that I've really agreed with, but one thing I do want to urge from the police chief, our mayor, and city council is, and maybe you are already doing this and we don't know, but I think that it's really important that you all be doing anti-racist and implicit bias education and work, and be very transparent about this as the leaders of our community, so that you can better lead us through this work, and so that you can hopefully help inspire other white people to do this kind of work as well on an individual level, and then as well on a collective level. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Kailea Frederick, followed by Elizabeth Escalante. Kailea, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, this is actually Adam Lofton, Kailea's partner. I want to thank the organizers for putting this together, and thank you for the comments that came before mine. I've been a Petaluma resident since 2008. I'm a white man, and my partner is a woman of color. And I want to live in a Petaluma where our son will not be afraid of the police. I grew up having positive and negative experiences with police officers. And I know that I was given second chances that other kids that weren't holding whiteness like I do were not given. And so I want to lend my support for a community oversight committee. And I specifically urge you to adopt the recommendations from this listening session group. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Elizabeth Escalante, followed by Josh Simmons. Elizabeth, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Good evening, City Council, and the rest of our presenters tonight. And thank you again for this opportunity to speak to you. I am a special education teacher here in Petaluma, as well as a commissioner on Sonoma County's Commission on Human Rights. I wanted to echo all of the calls to adopt all of the recommendations given to us, including the resolution that is put before us. I also want to applaud all of the previous commenters who shared their stories tonight. The stories and vulnerability are important when it comes to strategizing on matters like this. It's always personal, and there will always be personal accounts behind the data, as they are the most telling evidence behind the numbers. And dialogue is going to come easily when we're listening with understanding. With that being said, I greatly appreciate Ms. Tracy Webb's personal account into sharing her report and all of her findings that she has presented to us. It makes the numbers much more meaningful, and it truly does echo the pain and that fear and lack of safety that BIPOC members experience here in Petaluma. And so I would just like everyone to really, really listen and hone in to all of the stories that are being told to you tonight. If it doesn't shake you to your core, then I am unsure where your soul might be. Thank you for your time. I yield my minute to the next speaker.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Josh Simmons, followed by Kiri Bailey, who I believe is her husband, wishes to speak on this topic. Josh Simmons, you may unmute yourself now.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the translators and the investment that the city's made in translators. I would like to thank Tracy Webb for her work. I would like to thank the Black Indigenous people of color for putting themselves out there in public comment in particular, and participating in the listening sessions that all led up to this. I also want to thank the City Council and the staff for letting the community lead on its own terms. Yeah, I remember that when that decision was made to sort of defer to the community last year, and that was a big deal. Not every city in Sonoma County did that. In fact, I don't know if any other city in Sonoma County did that. I'd like to thank the community organizations for their leadership and just the extraordinary amount of labor they've put into this. This is such a gift that they have given to us. I want to voice my strong support for the resolution that's in front of us, my strong support for sustaining our focus on this throughout the rest of 2021 and beyond, because this is going to take time, even with focus. We have an opportunity to do right by our BIPOC neighbors, build a better city for all of us, and yet again be a positive example for the rest of Sonoma County. Thank you. I hope we take this opportunity.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Kiri Bailey, followed by Chatavi. Kiri, you may unmute yourself.
Okay. Am I being heard?
Yes, you are.
Okay, excellent. So anyway, I'd like to say thank you to Mayor Barrett and the police chief, Savano, for being here, and to my wife for letting me know that this was available to be a part of. I'm really enjoying this. I think this is super important. Ms. Webb, thank you so much for everything you're doing for the city as well. I am a Black man. I've been here in Petaluma for I think about 20 years now, just about almost 20 years. I'm born and raised in New Orleans, Louisiana. I know a lot of people here. I've met a lot of people in this town. And I got to say my experience, and I've had quite a bit with the Petaluma PD, and I have expressed to them on several occasions that from my experience, now, granted I'm from the South, so pretty much almost anywhere you go, I imagine, could probably be better than being policed in New Orleans, Louisiana, because it's not very nice and it's super racist. But these guys, I think, under the circumstances, do a pretty good job, and I've told them that on some occasions. It doesn't mean that they're not bad apples, in the bunch, because there always is. So I mean, it's there's such a complicated thing to try and get straight. I mean, of course, it has horrible things in its histories, like everything in this country, unfortunately. But I think that we do have to, come together and try and move forward, in a positive way as much as possible. I was telling my wife, because we have 2 kids here. I have 4 kids total, but 2 biracial children that we're raising here in Petaluma, which for the most part is really safe and it's a great place to raise children. But I just think that, as a community, as people, as Americans, period, and it's something you don't hear about a lot, but I just think that there needs to be more of a focus on love. No one's talking about just looking at things from a loving standpoint in every matter. And I think that just kind of like brings the temperament down and allows us to focus and be able to move forward. Just, just a common decency and love for everyone that's here on this planet dealing with the same stuff. I mean, most racist people are confused and misled. And, when they're hit with love, they're able to see straight and move in a positive manner. So anyway, I want to thank everybody for the dialogue and what's happening. I think this is a really great start to fixing some of the problems, and I'm happy to be a part of it. So thank you guys.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Jatavi. You may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Shantavi, founder of Love and Light here in Sonoma County. And I just want to show my appreciation to the BIPOC community and having a voice and actually having a real uncomfortable conversation where the community has a voice. And our community here, I am first generation Southeast Asian American here in Sonoma County and the daughter of a refugee from Cambodia. And I just want to play something from 1963 that we all need to hear because we need to understand how far we are and how much we fight for what is actually right. So I would like to take the next few minutes I have for you all to listen.
Years later, the Negro is still languished in the corners of American society and finds himself in exile in his own land. So we've come here today to dramatize a shameful condition. In a sense, we've come to our nation's capital to cash a check. When the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promissory note to which every American was to fall heir. This note was a promise that all men, yes, black men as well as white men, would be guaranteed the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is obvious today that America has defaulted on this promissory note insofar as her citizens of color are concerned. Instead of honoring this sacred obligation, America has given the Negro people a bad check, a check which has come back marked insufficient funds. But we refuse to believe that the Bank of Justice is bankrupt. We refuse to believe that there are insufficient funds in the great vaults of opportunity of this nation. So we've come to cash this check, a check that will give us upon demand the riches of freedom and the security of justice.
All right, thank you for those comments. The next speaker is LDV, followed by Kirsten Lang. LDV, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Laima, and I have been a Petaluma resident for over a year and a half now. I simply wanted to echo what has been shared so far by the community, my friends and neighbors. And as it has been mentioned a number of times now, I believe that police should confront and address the roots of law enforcement in this country, which was created basically to control and suppress the BIPOC community, a legacy that continues today. And this is why I think that the whole spiel about a few bad apples that is used to defend the racist and violent actions by some police officers is totally ridiculous and a lame excuse to defend a system that only continues to oppress people of color. I believe that the police should be defunded here in Petaluma and the resources reallocated in a way that will actually benefit the community, which is why I want to show my support for the resolution that was shared today during this meeting. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Kirsten Lang, followed by Blake Hooper. Kirsten, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kirsten Lange. I am not a resident of Petaluma, but a community member who has supported many efforts of those who've reached out for support in the issues that they've experienced coming through Petaluma, and myself as I've traveled through Petaluma and had uncomfortable confrontation and conversations. I think it's important today, as you listen to all of the stories before me and all the anecdotes, that we remember and look at yourselves and think about the ways in which you can hear the pain that is deeply rooted in familial lineage that comes from folks. My family settled here initially in the early 1950s and 60s and has selected to stay away from Petaluma. We all live in all of the other cities throughout Sonoma County and Marin County, and we do not live in Petaluma by choice. We have family members who serve in law enforcement agencies throughout the state, and they know about Petaluma because of the reputation. And so you have an opportunity, based on everything you've heard this evening, to really take heed and to take that feedback, to take the work that Ms. Tracy has conducted and make some change. Take that information in, whether it's uncomfortable and whether you try to sit with it and find its invalidation. It is true, because anything that anyone experiences is valid in and itself. And it is necessary to remember that as we all serve in our roles in office, in law enforcement, in government positions at large, it is important that we recognize, no matter the party, no matter the divide that you stand on, that human rights, social justice remain to be at the core of what you believe in and what you know to be true. And if you're new to this council, I bet your bottom dollar you are taking a step to find the ways to engage those community members that have historically been disenfranchised. It is important that if I drive from my home in another city to go into yours, that I'm not looking over my shoulder to make sure that all my T's are crossed, that all my I's are dotted, and that I'm parked in the right spot so I don't have to confront the police in an uncomfortable way. I shouldn't have to live in that fear throughout this entire county. But if you're having this conversation so actively and so publicly, take the opportunity to be bold and to make change that will preserve a longer standing history that has made folks feel like they've had to hide. They've come alive for you tonight, and it would be your duty to see it for change to move in this future. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you for those comments. The next speaker is Blake Hooper. Blake, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you. I wanted to thank the council, community organizations, staff, and the BIPOC community speakers here today for making all of this possible. And I just wanted to voice my strong support for the recommendations presented today and echo the other comments that have been made in support. As somebody who's been raised here, there's no doubt for me or anyone else I know who's grown up in the city that these recommendations are 100% necessary, and that the situations that have been described are beyond a shadow of a doubt to be true. I know there were complaints about there being anecdotal information, but I don't know someone in this community who hasn't at least witnessed or seen something to this effect, especially in the schools. I implore this council to please not forgo responsibility on this issue and use this amazing opportunity to bring real change by following the testimony made here today and listening to the recommendations presented to you. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And that is the last hand I see raised. So, Madam Mayor, I'm turning it back to you.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, I will close public comment. Although, Patrick, I do see 2 hands raised, and maybe that is just leftover. Yeah, I guess it is leftover because both of those people have spoken. Okay, thank you. And so with that, we're going to close public comment. And before I hand it over to Tracy, who is going to be doing a group polling exercise, I want to say that she will be leading this exercise. And if you would like to take part in it, you will need to do so on Zoom. So if you're watching this in some other format, you can take this opportunity to transfer over to Zoom, and that link is on our city website in the agenda for the workshop. And so while Tracy's getting ready to start this process, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So it is right now 8:48. So at 8:58, we will be back in session. Thank you.
Mayor, I just would like to say, I look at the Q&A and it looks like Kailea, it's the other person from the household that wishes to speak.
Okay.
I believe it's Kailea this time. So if you would like to
Okay.
They did. She did have her hand up before, so.
Okay, and thank you for finding that out. And let's listen to Kailea, and then we will restart the break time. Thank you.
Okay, Kailea, you may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you. I really appreciate you coming back to me. Wanting to just say that I'm so grateful for the city hosting this evening and for all of the organizing efforts that went into this and the incredible outreach to our community. My sentiments echo much of what we have heard tonight. I'd like to specifically bring my support to taking police out of schools. I myself attended public schools where there was a strong police presence, and the resounding message that our student body received was that we were a bad school filled with bad kids, which is why we were deserving of this level of surveillance. This kind of messaging is psychologically harmful for children and something that needs to be urgently addressed in all communities who are part of the practice of policing children. As someone who has also experienced racial profiling from police and police violence all before the age of 18, I experience a lot of fear over the idea of crossing paths with police, especially in this community where I am a minority. So much so that the sight of a blue line flag flying in front of a house is enough to want to make me cross the street. Tonight, I want to bring my support to the creation of a community oversight committee, as well as the adoption of the many recommendations that have been brought forward. Thank you for, again, coming back to me, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Kailea. And that is the last hand we have raised, Madam Mayor, so this time back to you.
Thank you. So we will close public comment, and thank you, Kailea, for, I don't know exactly how you got Patrick's attention, but I'm glad you did. And so it is 8:50 right now. We will come back into session at 9 o'clock. So promptly. Thank you. Okay, I don't know if our moderator is back in.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Yeah, I'm trying to get a full view of everybody to see if everybody's here. Okay, so I think I'm not seeing our city manager.
She's
Lisa,
on her way,
well-
Madam Mayor.
She's here?
She's on her way over.
Oh, okay. All right, good. So we'll just give her a minute.
And we'll do roll call again, Teresa.
Okay, fine. So do we want to do that while we're waiting?
Sure.
Okay.
Barnacle,
Here.
Barrett,
Here.
Fisher,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
King,
Here.
McDonald,
Here.
and Posake.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the entire council is here. I think we should wait for the city manager, but maybe.
She's in now, Madam Mayor.
I'm here, Mayor.
Oh, okay, I'm just not seeing you, sorry. So Tracy, do you want to take over and explain to us what our next step is?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Absolutely. Okay, so if we can please pull the slides up, what we're going to do now is a pulse check. One of the main tenets of change management work and community development work is that people support that which they help create. So we've had lots of very, very valuable and thoughtful input. And what we would like to do now is do a Zoom poll and have you pick your top priority, understanding that we're not minimizing, this exercise is not in any way meant to minimize any of the other things that are on the list or that aren't on the list. But what we try to do is listen as we moved along here and populate this poll. So what we're going to do first is pick your top priority, and you can pick one for immediate consideration. This has to do with the city. First one,
Okay.
declare racism as a public health crisis. Wait, go back. Okay. The second is crisis intervention / CAHOOTS model, mental health, the shelterless, substance abuse intervention, diversity, equity training, de-escalation training, implicit and unconscious bias training. You can move the poll for just a second. You can minimize the poll for just a second. Okay. Yeah, because this is the police department. We're on the city now.
Sorry about that. I'll
Okay.
stop this for now.
Okay.
We'll relaunch it in a second.
Yeah, we're gonna do it just a second. Diverse hiring and policy changes that support diversity, equity, and inclusion. And mind you, whatever you pick is your top choice. You know, these can all be fleshed out, you know, as we move forward with the council and whatever processes we choose. So do you want to launch this poll, this first one?
All right, so it is relaunched. There you go.
That's police department. We need the city.
We're starting with the city. Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
that's okay. Technology, tricky.
I have
There
a
we go.
question. Is this for council to participate or not?
Interesting.
I-
My gut, my consultant background says you probably shouldn't.
Okay.
Okay. And
I'm A-okay with that.
okay, because you're all going to discuss.
Exactly. Thank you, Tracy.
So you all have at it. Pick your top priority, please.
And even though folks have already voted, we still have a lot more folks voting now. So we're just going to give it about a minute to allow everybody that wishes to vote a chance to vote.
Okay, please.
Tracy, this is Councilmember Fisher. What I don't see on the poll is declare racism a public health crisis.
Well, that's going to come. Oh, let's see. Let's see. Is that, you're right. It didn't make it on there.
No.
So how do we, Patrick, what do we do?
We can't add it in right now. It was added to the other slide.
Okay, the police poll?
Yes.
Okay.
We have the option of redoing this if we'd like, or we can have it on the other slide. It does seem more of a citywide priority rather than a police priority, though.
Look, I would suggest that we redo it if everybody is amenable to that, just so we can add that to the poll.
Or another option is they can vote twice. They can pick 1 and 2 on the police poll.
So I'm gonna stop this. I'm gonna stop this right now, and we can share the results from this. So this is kind of our first shot at it, and
Okay.
I will go back and edit the poll to add declaring.
Okay, if you can do that.
Yeah.
That'd be great. Thank you.
So these are the results from the first time. So I will stop that. Do we want to move to the other one and come back to this? I think I can do those both, so we're not just waiting. So we'll move over to the police department priorities, and we'll launch that.
Yes.
And I will edit the first one.
Okay.
We're still getting votes, so stand by.
Thank you for the commentary, because since you're the one that can see the process.
All right, we still have a few more votes coming in, so just get 30 more seconds. All right, we are getting great participation. We're about 2/3 of the participants have done the poll. Just
Wonderful.
over 100.
That's
So
wonderful.
at this point, I am going to end the poll and share the results. And police oversight looks like it was the top vote getter, followed very closely by crisis intervention.
Okay. And that reflects back to a lot of the comments that we heard and the work of the listening circles. So that's and a lot of what I heard in the interviews. Okay.
All right, I'm going to stop that and move back to the other citywide. And Zoom, being the wonderful thing that it is, it won't let me change it once we've already started a poll. So let me see if I can just make some really quick changes on it. I believe I need to create a new one, unfortunately.
Well, it's important, right?
Yeah, I will try to be really quick. How quickly can Patrick cut and paste?
Take your time.
Okay. Save. Okay, third poll coming right up. So I will preserve the results of the first one, and we will get a new poll with this added. So here we go. Thank you for bearing with me. I apologize for the delay.
No, thank you for your technological savvy.
All right, at about 30 seconds in, we've got about 75 people have voted. So I think we'll give it another 30 seconds or so until the votes stop coming in. All right, we're at 1 minute and we're just over 100 votes. So if you're on the edge, please make your vote now, and we'll close it in just a second. All right, we've closed the latest vote, and here are the results. They should be appearing on your screen with the crisis intervention cahoots with 59% of the vote. And with the addition of declaring racism as a public health crisis, that looks like it received the second highest number of votes at 18%.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for we'll call it voting for making your selection. Appreciate it very much. Your input is critical for this process, and it helps inform the council. So might we move to the next slide, please? There are recommendations, general recommendations that I put in the report, but the most important is continued engagement. This work, change is hard. First of all, you have to make the commitment. You have to decide that you want to do it. And then the next step is planning. It's planning, and one of the tools that I often recommend for my client is from a book. Those of you who are probably less than 30 won't know it, but those of you who are a little more seasoned, from Jim Collins' Good to Great. And he has this concept called a big, hairy, audacious goal, BHAG. And what it is you set a goal that's inspirational, it's doable. You know, it's a SMART goal, it's doable. But you set that because it galvanizes people. So my recommendation, not the specifics of what you all voted on, because the council needs to discuss that, but the vehicle, once the council decides on a path forward, is to consider forming a community advisory committee formed by citizens, people of color primarily, who are committed to seeing action happen, because this would be a terrible waste of money, time, and energy, and a setup for tremendous failure and strife if this does not move to action. So I very much suggest that. One of the things that I don't want the council to get caught in is, I think I mentioned in the very beginning, is the tyranny of the majority. And by that, I mean, really, I'm talking about statistics. If you just look at the population in Petaluma, and we just look at this pile of responses, I'm big into visuals, you guys. Okay, these are from the white community. Okay, this is from the people of color, because the numbers don't bear out. If you just go by numbers, or you just go by quantitative data, one of the things that I had to go through statistics at the grad level twice in my life, a lot of Tylenol in my MBA, and then again in the middle of my doctorate. And all the data under the curve matters, all of it, even the outliers that somehow are maybe not under that curve, but they're definitely a part of it, because in that outlying data, meaning that maybe statistically insignificant data, there are gems, there are truth. That's why anecdotal / qualitative data is so important. If we had had an unlimited budget, we could have coded that data. You can turn anecdotal data into quantitative data, but there was no need to do that. The story is there. Let's take action. And, you know, it's so funny. I told Peggy at the beginning of this meeting that, oh, I have to quote from Amanda Gorman. She had the idea. The other presenter had the idea. I want to end with her last 2 lines one more time. She's the poet laureate from the inauguration. There is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it. If only we're brave enough to be it. So council, you are now the beacons of that light, to pass that light on to the rest of the community so that Petaluma can decide that it wants to be an anti-racist city. Thank you so much. We're now going to let the council deliberate, and I appreciate your time and engagement.
Thank you very much, Tracy. And is there any way we can get those 2 Pulse results up again if anybody asks a question about those, Patrick?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. All right, good. I just wasn't certain how accessible they were to us. Okay, so now we are in this council discussion part of this, and the hope is that we will sit here and talk about what we have heard and come to a consensus on direction to staff in terms of going forward here. So I don't know if anyone in particular would like to start this discussion. I'm going to bring it back to the panelists, and raise your hand electronically would be very helpful. I see Dr. Posake has his hand up, so why don't we start with you?
Hi, thanks, Teresa. I would like to thank everyone involved in this workshop tonight, especially Tracy Webb for her work, and all the other participants, including North Bay Organizing Project and the other sponsors of the listening circles, the Community Relations Council, and everyone who spoke as an individual. I think this has been alluded to a couple of times, but I think it's important to understand that as much as anything else, our Petaluma Police Department's a reflection of the community. That there is racism in the police department. There's racism throughout our community, as there is throughout this country. The police department may be what we can see the easiest, that it has a spotlight on it, and therefore I think it is appropriate to institute oversight among the other suggestions. But my point is simply that our response has to be not just aimed at the police department in the slightly longer term, but to our entire community. We have to find a way to address racism and hate speech in our schools, in our medical clinics, in our streets. And so I think we have to, eventually have a plan for the entire city. I am fine. I think it is a good idea to have a citizens advisory committee, and my direction would be that we should move on that as quickly as we can. I like the idea of declaring a public health emergency, but I don't want that to be the action that keeps us from moving on to other actions. I think we have to move to a more substantive action at the same time we declare a racism emergency. I understand. I appreciated what Tracy said about we live in a post-racial society. I gave a talk to high school students several times about 5 years ago where because of my age, I guess I needed to always start with a joke. And I asked them to think very carefully about the joke. And my joke was, we live in a post-racial society. I never got one laugh with that from a high school student. And I don't think I should probably get it from anyone at this point. In any case, I think we should have a citizens advisory committee. I think it's pretty clear from the comments and the pulse polls that we will consider a cahoots-like program as well as citizen oversight and whatever else the citizens advisory committee leads us to. I guess I would also say, and I think I saw this somewhere in the stuff that came to us, citizen comments, that there should be probably council representation and police department and union representation on the citizens committee, I would say. But that's up for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. And since you started, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit because your opening comments were that this, it's not just the police department that has a problem. It's racism doesn't stop, at one department and
Yes.
Or start there either, for that matter. But when you talk about a citizens advisory committee, do you want that to be for the police department, or do you want that to be for the community, for the city in general? Or, I heard from several people about school issues, and that came up enough times for me to make enough notes that made me wonder whether or not we need to reach out further and have this to be a broader community. But I don't know if that diffuses part of what the purpose or what the motivation was for this workshop. So I'm just posing that as a question. You don't have to answer that now, but I'd like us all to think about that in terms of how we're focusing what we're doing. So,
I'm willing to answer that if I could. Just to say that I would like it to be given a task force or a citizens advisory committee like that. I'd like the police department to be at the top of their list, but for them to also be encouraged to go beyond that based on their own discussions as they discuss the police department.
Okay, that's a good start. Thank you. Next is Councilmember King, followed by Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I too want to thank Ms. Webb for all of her hard work on this throughout the last few months. To the organizations that prepared the outreach to the community in July, I think, if I've got my June or July, starting to lose track of time with COVID, but I know it was about 6-7 months ago. I'd like to thank Faith and the Petaluma Blacks organization for her presentation and comments. I found, as always with Faith, her comments to be very cogent. And looking around to Lou and the Petaluma Council on Community Relations, and all of the people who spoke in public comment. We had a variety of points made and raised. I read through the report, the written report we received, I think it was 900 and some odd participants and the various comments, and there was quite a range of comments, as Ms. Webb has pointed out. And they range from there is racism to there is no racism, and a lot of in between. But in terms of direction, we really, a lot of this is focused on the police department here in Petaluma and policing in general. But the other piece of it is the community at large. So you really can't separate the two. I agree with Councilmember Posake and his comment that racism is certainly not limited to any governmental agency, police departments, other departments. We've had a long history of it in the United States, and it continues to the present. And it's important for us as council to address that, to address it within our police department to the degree we can, to look for better policing that we have and that we can have. I think the police department, from everything I've heard from them over the time I've been on council and certainly in the last 6 or 8 months, have a reasonably open mind towards some of this approach. And so I'd like to start with the police, and I'll start with, I also agree a community advisory committee is a step in the right direction. I think we need to have a discussion about what it actually is going to be, what its jurisdiction will be. I agree that a member of the police department, perhaps the chief or someone, would be one of the participants, like a council liaison, and a council liaison would be helpful. I think we go through our application process like we've gone through, and have our ability to select people, and hopefully, and I'm sure it will be, we'd have a significant number of people of color, because that's really why we're here. That's our relations as a society collectively, and we need to hear and listen. I mean, we spent, I think it's 3 hours listening, and I think that's really only the beginning. And of course, we get communication during the course of our time. So I would support that. I know the mayor had a question as to whether it goes beyond policing and into the community. I think the very nature of it would be that it would probably raise issues in the community. I don't think it, there's things we have jurisdiction over, things we can control, things we can only speak to and hope to lead on and hope people listen and follow. But I think it probably would bleed into the community at large. With respect to a Kahoot style program or the hiring of mental health professionals to assist the police, I'm in favor of that. We've just recently passed Measure U. As an aside, I personally think our police department, in terms of personnel, needs some assistance and help. We've been short police officers. That can lead to stress, and it can lead to a lot of overtime. And it's not the ideal situation. And I think there are things that we can take off the police department's plate, including some of these items relating to mental health. And I think that we don't have as much money as we thought we might have when this process of Measure U started because of COVID, at least preliminarily, and some other expenses that have arisen. But we are in a position in the next fiscal year to fund that type of hire, and to incorporate that to the degree we have policing. And of course, I'd also want to rely on our police expertise. Several people mentioned that they don't have a background in policing. I don't. I have a background in law, but not policing, and it's a different job, and it's a difficult job, and I agree with that too. So those are two, I think, concrete things that I'd like to see established from our discussion tonight. Where we go with that in terms of agendizing it and having further discussion. Those are the two things with respect to police. I'd also like to say that I have, like any institution, our police department is not perfect, but it is a very good police department. And I know some people tonight, and particularly in the public comment, may not want to hear that, but I have a lot of respect for the difficult work that they do. I know and believe that they want to do a better job too. And I think they're open-minded to some of these. In terms of the community at large and schools, I did hear a lot about schools. We don't have a lot of direct jurisdiction. I am certainly willing to look at the issues relating to the DARE officers, if that, there has been in the past a lot of support for that, mainly on the issue of drug use prevention. But if that is really something that is a problem, I'm not sure how much we're funding at this point, or if we even still have that. I know that was, you know, something that we didn't have the money to fund several years ago. So I'm willing to look at that. That was something that was raised by a number of people. One thing that struck me on the there were many things that struck me on the comments that we received in writing on the poll or the information that Ms. Webb did was, you know, access to the city council. So I'm just going to say this on behalf of myself. I think I try to be accessible, but clearly there are people who may not think that I am. And so I just say this, if you want to meet with me, I mean, there's limits on how we can meet. We have Brown Act restrictions and things of that nature. But if you want to meet with me and you have something you would like to discuss, contact me. Even with COVID and even with the shutdown, I've met with people on issues of climate and some other issues, had coffee. We find a place outside to meet typically, weather needs to cooperate. But I like, if that's perceived by anybody who spoke tonight as a problem with me individually, please contact me. I mean, I've met with some of the people that spoke tonight, I've met with individually at various times. But that's one thing I can do. And in terms of the community at large, I think this is a broader conversation that we have to have. Things are not fair. They're not just. And there are too many instances where people of color here in our Bay Area, our state and our country, quite frankly, across the world, are made for themselves to feel uncomfortable and treated unjustly and unfairly. And to the degree that we can reach out to our community members to discuss that, I think it's important for us to do individually as council members and collectively as a council. I don't know quite how that all would happen in terms of getting out to the community, but I think it's something for us to consider. And in police outreach, you know, the police have listed a number of ways they do outreach. I think there's been a strong effort in that regard, but there probably are ways for our police department to specifically reach out to the people of color in our community in a more comprehensive, full way. And I hope that we can direct them or ask them to make those efforts even more. There was mention of continuing the work of Ms. Webb. I don't know where that is. I think Ms. Webb might have a say in that, as well as our city manager. But I think it is good to have somebody who can consolidate all this information and assist in the process. So to the degree that is a possibility, I certainly favor that. There are probably a few more things I could say, but I've been going on for a while, so I'm going to stop.
And I just want to remind you, we do get a second bite at this apple. You know, this is the discussion time. So thank you. Councilmember Fisher, followed by Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too want to start by thanking everybody who's here on my screen tonight and everybody in the community who has spoken and all the work that's been going on for now almost a year. And I want to suggest that the speaker who stated what Tracy Webb buried in our staff report, a very thorough and lengthy staff report on page 84 and 85 and her recommendations. And I too think that we do need to keep Tracy Webb on contract. I think that this is very much the beginning of the dialogue. I think we do need to take action, but I do think that we do need to continue to have these dialogues. So following her recommendations, number one, as an action item. And then I also agree with all 15 points that Claudia de la Peña spoke about and reviewed with us, that I think we should be implementing. I have all of them, but I do agree that we should have a community advisory committee to help move that process forward, and that's where the work should be done. And perhaps we can invite the new head of the school board to join in that group as well, so we do include the schools. And I think we do need to really acknowledge the fact that we do have a country that has systemic racism. It's not just about our police department, it is about our entire community. And to have this dialogue, and I think one of the speakers suggested that we should be doing this work. And I think we should be doing this work as a council to understand our implicit biases and where we come from, so that we can help educate our community as well. So I think with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
You did perhaps, by referencing the 15 points that Ms. de la Peña brought up, say that you want a community oversight group. You didn't call that out in particular as to whether or not you want that focused on the police or in some broader way.
Well, I think the recommendation of Tracy that we do, and next step, appoint a community advisory committee, that wouldn't be the oversight committee, from my understanding, that we would have this advisory committee to advise us on these actions.
Okay.
And one of those actions then would be to have an oversight committee, which.
Okay. Thank you. I wasn't clear. Okay. Councilmember McDonald and followed by Councilmember Healy.
We're covering a lot of ground here as council persons, but first off, I'd like to agree. I'd like to thank everybody who participated tonight. I mean, it's been a fabulous step forward to get daylight shown on this. I think, most people think they're doing the right and good thing, or they wouldn't behave that way. It's only through real listening that we actually learn, that we see the change is necessary and see the opportunity to make change. So this listening is good. I appreciate it. So much important stuff was said tonight. Part of it is thinking on individually and as a community as well as a city. I mean, we have to say privilege is real and needs to be acknowledged by those with privilege. And, we need to get the conversation started or continue the conversation. And one way that happened was through the library Black Lives Matter mural, the Leghorn tennis court fence. I mean, just led by regular folks or by the city, it got white people talking. It got uncomfortable for some, and that's a good thing. We need to, as a city, lead into the awkward space of those uncomfortable conversations. Like, yes, white supremacy exists in Petaluma, both in the macro aggression area and then also in the historic context of a country built by and for white culture. Change is necessary. We do need to move to the action step. Anne Marie was right on that. Lou was right on that. And so I support the zero racism policy as discussed. I mean, it was proposed in the city's report back in July too. This should include no racist affinities tolerated in the police or council or community. Dylan's right on that. Mental health support is hugely needed. We need the public to engage at the county level. So recently passed measures and monies come to help Petaluma on those issues. I support the Cahoots movement. I mean, that comes with a strong community-driven nonprofit. The Cahoots comes out of having strong community nonprofits involved. So let's do that. Let's be the model for the whole county. Amelia's right on that one. And then to speak to Dylan's concern about folks not paying attention and seeing people looking away, I agree with Bibbs who spoke. Council should be taking notes. When I turn away from Zoom, it's to take notes on a pad of paper. So much so that my pen ran out of ink and I was looking left and right for another pen. Yes, many thanks to Tracy. We should see if we could take another step or contract step with Tracy. We should form the committee we're talking about. We should invite the schools to participate, collaborate in that effort. Thank you very much.
You sped up at the end there and I was taking my notes. So I want to make sure I get it all. Okay, so Mr. Healy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, I lived in this town for just under 40 years, and it's been clear to me for some time that racism is real in this town. I think it's a small percentage of the white population, but it's enough to be important. And so I do support a declaration. I support cahoots moving forward. On the question of committees, there's been a little bit of nomenclature change here. The Community Advisory Committee, I think, could be a good thing if that has a broader mandate, just in terms of race relations in the community more broadly. With respect to oversight, I regard the City Council as the Citizens Oversight Committee for the City of Petaluma, but I don't think we're operating very effectively in that role. I think we need to have changes to our rules and procedures to allow things to come forward to us in a more timely fashion, such as the Coles incident, which has caused a great deal of angst in the community. We don't have a way for things like that to come to us. But we are the de facto oversight committee as it is, because on the rare occasion, thankfully it's a rare occasion, when the city gets sued over policing issues, those come to us in closed session. And that's not something we're in a position to delegate. So I would like to see staff develop, as an alternative to an oversight committee, but in addition to the Community Advisory Committee, propose rule changes to our council rules that would allow timely consideration of issues of concern in the community. The schools have come up repeatedly. In my experience, I think the schools are perhaps one of the bigger problems we have. I would propose a joint meeting with our school board to talk about that. One of the challenges is that the attendance zones for the school district expand well beyond the city limits. I think part of the challenge for Petaluma High School in particular, and the Confederate bumper stickers that have been there in previous years, I don't know if they're still there, well, they're not there now, has been largely driven by students who live outside the city limits, but inside the high school attendance zone. And that's going to be a tricky issue for us to try to deal with, and I hope our Community Advisory Committee can give us some thoughts on that. But that's been a challenge for decades, and we all know that. And I would just close by saying two things. One, I also thank the community for being involved in this and all the people who've been participating tonight. And like Councilmember King said, my phone number, my real phone number, is actually published in the Argus Courier every week, and it's on the city website. And anyone who wants to call me can call me, and I answer the phone. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, thank you. And now Vice Mayor Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This being my first meeting dealing with this topic, to quote Amanda Gorman one more time, it's the past we step into and how we repair it. And that's what I feel like I'm stepping into right now. I'm stepping into a racist institution, and it's our opportunity as a council to do something about it. I agree, it's not just the police, It's, but they're at the front lines working with the community, and we need to do that. I'm concerned by all the comments that have come before me because nobody's talked about when, and these reports have happened, the listening circles have happened, and we're running out of time to be operating in good faith. And so what I liked about the comments that came in from North Bay Organizing Project today is that they laid out specific actions, responsibilities of parties, and due dates. And that, to me, is what goes into accountability. Who's accountable for what by when? And so I like that as a model in general when we're trying to get stuff done. I don't want to fall into a place where this drags on beyond the current fiscal year. I'd like any changes that we want to make to be, thought about in time for our next budget cycle. I learned yesterday during my orientation that we're starting the collective bargaining process with the police officers union. And so I think that anything that's going to impact the CBA, we need to identify that early on and make sure that if there's a group of policies that are going to impact the way we're asking police to do their job, that those are part of the bargaining process, and that we make sure that we, again, thinking about time. We've got to walk and chew gum at the same time here. We've got to continue the listening circles and continue to talk to the community and help build the relationship between our BIPOC community and our police force and the rest of city staff. We've got to do the anti-racist work. Not enough to say we're not racist. We've got to be anti-racist, and that needs to be, it needs to happen immediately. But we also, I loved the slide that said policy is my love language. That is, I think my wife would actually say that about me. Not necessarily about policing policy, but just generally, I consider myself a little bit of a policy wonk. And so I really resonate with that. And I think it's one of the greatest ways that we can show respect for all the people who have been putting their time in, and the emotion that, and the constant reminder that we live in an oppressive society, is to make policy changes. Keep building the relationships, but we have to make policy changes. And when I had my candidate orientation, I applaud the chief for being forthright about some of the data. He said violent crime was down 25 or 28% since COVID. Traffic stops or traffic injuries and fatalities outnumber violent crime 2 to 1, maybe more on any given year. And then he polished it off with, almost all of our calls are mental health related. I was shocked by that information. And I was also grateful that we had a chief that was forthright with it. And so I'm excited that, in my conversations with Peggy and asking what her priorities are and what my priorities are, one thing that we both say is we want to be leaders. We want to lead. And I think that we have a unique opportunity to do that here. We're peeling the Band-Aid off, and we can carry water here. We can make significant changes to make ourselves anti-racist. Some of the more specific things that I jotted down here. One of the things that I've heard that really troubles me is when young people say, I know the police, because I believe our police are doing great work and that they get to work every morning to serve the community. But when people say that I know the police or don't, it's evidence that there's a double standard. People feel that way. And when I was talking to someone about this, they said, well, we hire a lot of people that are from Petaluma. So if there's, myself, I'm 4th generation. If I was hired in the police force, I would know a lot of people. And that creates bias. You know, don't want to. I've gotten out of things because I know people, and that's my privilege. I'm having to face that right now in having these conversations, and I want us to think about our hiring practices. And sometimes it feels good to hire the hometown kid, but it doesn't have the impact that we want. We want to support our police officers, but if the blue line on the flag has a negative impact on the Black person walking down the street, that's what anti-racism is. Inclusivity and equity is about the 20% that we're not serving, not the 80% that feel like we're doing a good job. And so if we're going to move to being an anti-racist society, those symbols that are having a negative impact on the community, we need to rethink those symbols, and we need to rethink our relationship with the people who have those symbols. And if we really want to rebuild those relationships, we need to address that within ourselves and our institutions. So I really like what North Bay Organizing Project put forward. I would venture to make that a motion. I'll let you make your comments. I'd like to add a couple of other things. I read through the 21st Century Task Force. That was a riveting read for someone who has no background in policing. and I was happy to hear that our police adopted it, all 6 pillars. And I'm interested now I would like to add, in addition to that we get a report out on where we're at in actually implementing the 6 pillars in the 21st Century Task Force. And in particular, I'd like to hear what recommendations and action items in the 21st Century Task Force need to be part of the collective bargaining process if we want to make that happen. Because one of the things that I asked about in our orientation was, well, if we don't do this now, are we going to have to wait 3 years? And the answer was potentially. And I just don't want us to be saying we want to do this, and then because we didn't make it a priority and set a sense of urgency on it right now, that we have to wait 3 years because we go through a bargaining process, or 4 years actually. So I really want to put a sense of urgency on some of these things of laying out our strategy for what policies and how we get that, how we put one foot in front of the other on that. Because as John Lewis said, if not us, then who? And if not now, when? So I have a whole bunch of quotes that I wrote down that just, as part of getting ready for this, but we should just, I'm in support of pretty much anything that makes this go as fast as possible, and that I want to be working in partnership with our police force in doing this, and in good faith with them. And I think we can do that. And I think we can be a leader for not just for our county, but for the country. That's what I want to do. I want to lead on all these things. So yeah, I'll shut up there.
Well, I have a question for you, Vice Mayor, because your sense of urgency, I think, is well timed, and but it is somewhat counter to a lot of what has been presented, because just in the real world of making things happen, it takes time. However, you very, very astutely point out that the budgets are coming up, and if we don't take action now on some of these items, then we're going to find ourselves, either having to make a major overhaul, or, it's not only the budget, but it's also union contracts and things like that. So the timing of what we're doing may need to be on 2 tracks. We may have to build in some kind of ability to be nimble in terms of bargaining with our police and working on our budget right now, while we also are taking the longer term of looking at a community committee that advises us on these bigger items, and gives us more direction as we're going forward. And I think, I don't exactly know who has the answer to a question like that, because, there are some things that absolutely have to be done. So as we are giving staff direction, I think part of our direction needs to be, do we want to make sure that we're not closing any doors in terms of the budgeting and contract negotiations we're entering into while we are looking at how we want to make some changes?
Right. And so my example to that is, if we heard pretty clearly that people want some sort of a mental health response program, I would imagine that that's going to, depending on how that, there's different models for that, but that could have we could be asking for different ways of the police doing their job. And I don't want to be, I just want to make sure that we aren't, by delaying that a certain amount of time, that we lose the opportunity, and we're, we can't do it for 3 years because now we're locked into a contract, and that we don't do that. So I want to make sure that as we go through this, that we think about the different work streams that are underway right now and how that plays into the potential policy reforms. And that's just why we're a few months late, but we're not too late, I guess, is how I feel about this. And, we haven't had more people at a meeting than I've ever been to. I'm new here, but we had almost 200 participants on the Zoom plus everybody else. This is obviously something the community cares about. And I don't think we need to wait till March in our goals and priorities meeting to say that moving forward on these things and taking a lead on these things is a priority for our community. So I don't see how we can keep asking the BIPOC community to come to the table for listening sessions if we don't make policy priorities and policy action a priority tonight, and we set a date for when we want to see something back. So that's my, I'm getting a little flustered now, I'm sorry.
Okay, no, it's fine, it's fine. We're all trying to think on our feet here, or so to speak. I see our city manager has her hand up, so I am going to call on her at this point.
Thank you, Mayor. And to Vice Mayor Barnacle's point, there's nothing that we've discussed tonight that I believe affects bargaining. So I think we need to, not consider that as a limitation. And as far as timing for the budget, couldn't be better. And we, as a staff, are already, because this has been a priority for staff over these past few months, we are already considering what our recommendations are going to be as far as budgeting. So this just aids that. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So what I have heard is definitely that there is interest in going forward in recognizing that racism is a problem in our community in general. I also think I heard that the best solution to begin with would be to have a community advisory group that would then look at exactly what the best tack is a police oversight. I mean, we did hear that, and several people here suggested that was the way they wanted to go. Mr. Healy has an interesting take on that, and I'm not opposed to the idea that the council should have a better role. But on the other hand, I also think, I should actually back up a little bit, that since May, or actually June of 2020, I've taken a mini course in policing and in community relations with policing and racism in communities through the webinars that have been put out by the Obama Foundation on My Brother's Keeper group. And it has been an amazing collection of webinars with tremendous resources that are extremely important. And there are other communities that are doing exactly what we're doing and are farther down the road. And there are communities that have, even, like Camden, New Jersey, that have actually totally renovated their police, and they've had it long enough to see what the problems were, what worked and what didn't work. I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel here. And also, I want to back up by saying we're not Camden, New Jersey. I mean, I think we've heard pretty clearly that we think our police are good and we want to make them better. But I think we also heard that we think our community is good and we want to make it better. And the question I think we're asking ourselves is, how do we do that in the most effective way going forward? I was actually rather troubled and interested by how many people I heard mention schools. And I do know, and I think Mr. Healy alluded to this by saying that he thought this has been a problem for quite a while, the question of racism, and that, it is something that I think all of us have stories about who have lived here for a while. And I would like to see this community advisory group reach out to the schools, and not just the Petaluma School District, but we had the superintendent from Old Adobe School District, make the effort to call in tonight. And I think that that's really important. I think it is important that we talk to the law school, and yes, that may not, we may have to have some kind of group that is outside the complete city. It could be like a joint group with these different districts working together that have a committee. But we really do need to, if we really want to address this, we have to address this throughout our community. Our police serve outside our city limits too, with their mutual support pacts. And so, it's an artificial stop at the city limits. And so, I want to make what we're doing be as effective as possible. And I really think the only way to do that is to reach out to these other groups to make sure we're hearing everybody. But I also, I'm a little, I'm on two horses at one time. I've got the horse that wants everybody to be heard and be responded to. And then I also have the horse that wants to get to the finish line and make sure that we are moving this forward in a timely way. And we're really, not just talking ourselves to death, because, the quote by John Lewis that the vice mayor made, is essential, that if we don't do this now, no one's going to do it. And so we actually do have to move forward. And in that vein, I would like to suggest that we do look at continuing working with Ms. Webb and have some kind of focus to move this ahead. I think I heard from most people that the cahoots is something that we are all sort of interested in. I don't think I heard anyone not mention that. Maybe Mr. Barnacle didn't mention it, but I think everybody else did. But so I'm seeing that that Councilmember Fisher has her hand up again. And so I'll, if anybody wants to come in again, so we can start looking at how we're giving staff direction.
You said I could have a second bite of the apple.
Oh, I said everybody could. Yeah.
So a question for the city manager in terms of the NBOP document that came in today and the timeline. Did you get a chance to take a look at that and whether we could actually meet those timelines?
I need to work with staff. I can't commit just on the fly. I mean, obviously we'll look at each one of those timelines and see, how quickly we can make each happen, but I need to work with staff.
Yeah, okay. And then I just want to say that, yes, I know that we're ultimately the oversight committee, but I think the intention of the community is that we have an oversight committee that does a different job than what we as policymakers are up here to do. And the third thing that came to mind is that, we have funds in this community now from the sale of our hospital. And I'm wondering if that might also be an opportunity to be able to fund some of the things that we might end up doing. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, well, the hospital board, hospital has its own board, so that could be another community group that we would want to include in this community advisory group. So,
I agree.
Vice Mayor, do you still have your hand up, or did you just not? Didn't put it down?
No, it's bite two.
Okay, so hang on. I'm going to go Council Member Posake, and then I'm going to come back to you. And then Mr. Healy.
I agree with the Vice Mayor that we should set at least a deadline very soon. I agree with Council Member Fisher that it's hard for me to think that we could do as good a job as a more I don't know what the word is. It's not traditional. As a separate oversight committee who has that as their sole activity.
Okay, and so, thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor and then Council Member Healy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I feel like there might be two separate things going on here. One of which is, to my knowledge, in part being covered by TIDE right now, and that's the work in the schools. And I think that if there's something we can do to augment the existing community groups that are doing the work, it's kind of foolish for us to think that we could start doing the anti-racist work and the DEI work that they've been already working on. They've got a network built around it. So I would be looking at how we can formalize, bring them into our process and make sure they're well resourced to do their work, rather than, well, not rather than, but I think that's a good immediate step that we could take is to push to make sure TIDE is well resourced. I think that one of the things on the North Bay Organizing Project document that makes so much sense to me is we're continuing the work to do the listening circles and to build relationships. Number two, we're looking at the data. A lot of things people said, we don't have data. Well, we don't have data. We need it. We can't, it's hard to say I want this policy reform if we don't have the data. So to me, when I look at the number two, it's really a fact-finding mission. It's looking at review of different policies and making recommendations. That's sort of a methodical approach. Number three, a proposal for launching a CAHOOTS program by July 1st in time for our next budget cycle. That seems pretty logical. And another similar work stream. And then to Councilmember Healy's point about, us being the oversight body, maybe we need a full oversight body, but number four is a report out on 4 topics. That seems like it's kind of getting to what Councilmember Healy was talking about, that we're the oversight body. So I feel like we're hitting on a couple of things, and to the point of listen to the community. That came from the community. That came from the people who are doing this work. And I think that it's important for us to look at that seriously. And part of listening is reading it, thinking, is there something here? Could we make a motion around this and put ourselves on track to be making progress? And I really want to see, I realize I'm fine missing deadlines, but I like setting them. So I appreciate, Peggy, I appreciate the needing to talk to staff to confirm things, but I think that it's good for us to say, can we hit this? And, we're trying to hit this. And then agreed, if we can't hit it, that's a communication back and we can say we can't hit it. But I think it's important for us to say we're trying to hit this because
So am I hearing that you want this to be done without a community group? That you just want this to be done by staff and council?
Done, but without a community group. I mean, the task force includes 6 members of the 6 diverse community members. So there's 6 one of the people said to include diverse members of the community in the oversight committee. This isn't an oversight committee. I realize it's a review committee, but it's moving in that direction. And one of the recommendations is, do we need oversight, and what's the scope of it? So it feels like it's a good first step, I guess, is what I'm saying, because we're not going to define what the oversight committee looks like tonight, I don't think, or are we?
No, I think, well, my recommendation would be no. My recommendation, though, would be to not limit ourselves to 6 people, but to have something, a little bit larger. That would be an ad hoc committee. And, I would like to give that back to our facilitator and staff to come up with, in a very short period of time, what that group should look like and be charged with. And that's what I think we're looking at now is, are these 15 items, the right ones? Mr. Zweier brought up a number of items, and some other people in the public, brought in ideas about, that may be more specific. And we want to let that committee look at all of this and funnel through that. But, we're here to direct them about what we want them to look at. So.
Okay, so are we suggesting that we form? I guess I'm trying to see what's the action that we're putting in motion, and when are we expecting something back? That's what that's what I'm struggling with.
Our action tonight is to direct staff, to come to take the next steps.
Okay.
Okay, and so I believe we, in our first round, we had a pretty good group of agreement that we, about things that people wanted. And what I took away from that was Citizen Advisory Committee was something that people were interested in. A Cahoots style program was something that we wanted to look at. I'm trying to get the things that were in all of them. Keeping Ms. Webb working seemed to be in at least a majority of the positions. No one said don't, but some people just didn't mention it. There were 2 people who wanted specifically to go with the 15 recommendations from North Bay Organizing Project, and others, to have city oversight. Then there were questions, specific things about, well, those are the ones that were in general, I think, that we agreed to. So while you're thinking about that, let me go on to Councilmember Healy and then to Councilmember King.
Thank you. So my main point at this point, and I didn't mention it before, but I'm perfectly happy to have Tracy Webb continue on. But my main point now is just to ask staff if they feel they have sufficient direction or if there's anything further they need from us. So I would ask the city manager to jump in on that.
I'd like to recommend that we could come back very quickly with some recommendations on moving forward with the Community Advisory Committee. And I think that's a great way to facilitate the 15 points brought up, and some of them we're already working on. We have an initial contract with Cahoots, and so we can give progress on that, but it would be great to be working with the Community Advisory Group on all of these items. It'd be a great resource for staff.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we still have some more input from council members. Councilmember King, and then back to Councilmember Posake.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. My comment was going to be with respect to the Community Advisory Committee in terms of timing. I think we've got at least a two-step process. One is we need to have something come back to the council that defines what it is, what its charge is, get public input on that, and and approve something. And then we have an application process where you go out to the public and you get applications like we have for every other committee we have. And so, the sooner, and I want to do this right. So the sooner we can get to that first step, we can get to the second step. And there's got to be a realistic time frame for people to have an application put forward, have people have time to apply, have the word get out, and then come back, and then we have a selection process at the council. So that was my one comment on with respect to that. And as far as cahoots and mental health professionals, I think we're looking at our next budget, which is 21-22, which we will be approving or looking at, but the staff will be putting together right now. I mean, it's a process that's happening from January, if not earlier, through the time it comes to us in May for approval. So I think that the city manager has clear direction with respect to that. So those are my comments. I mean, I don't want to keep echoing what's gone on, but I think the real next step to do is get rolling on the community advisory committee and then roll things from there. And although I didn't comment on it last time, I don't have a problem with a joint meeting with the school district. I did hear a lot of the comments and read a lot of the comments with respect to schooling, and to the degree that we can provide any insight and help there, that's great. Also to have us hear again what's going on there, and how whatever interaction the city has with the school districts, how we can work to deal with what are some of the concerns that were expressed both tonight and in the survey. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Kosike?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I hadn't previously said this, so I wanted to add that I also favor maintaining our relationship with Tracy Webb, and in terms of engagement and of affected communities, and all these other aspects of the program. I guess I initially put my hand up because just before you added oversight to your list of things we'd agreed upon, I wanted to be sure you had that there.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So I think we have that. Just to follow up on Councilmember King's comments about about getting on with this committee process. I think it is wise to think of this as an ad hoc committee rather than a standing committee. This is not the committee that we are going to have us, give us all our policy ideas. But this is a committee that we're trying to use to jumpstart what it is we need to do to deal with the issues that we heard tonight, that we heard at the listening sessions, that we heard in our first town hall. There's just they keep repeating themselves, so it's not like they're new. But we're getting clearer and clearer about the ones that are starting to rise to constantly being brought up. And so I think it's important that we get that committee defined, and it comes back to the council to say, yes, this is what we would like. And then the application process, I think, really needs to be you have to have enough time for people to actually know about this committee and then put in an application, because the last thing we want is for people not to be aware that and have missed it, and how did that happen and I didn't know it, because even we're down to 118 people and that are still on this right now, and people want to have a lot of time to speak, but the meeting goes long and not everybody can stay around for the end. So we want to make sure that people know this is what we're doing, and that they have time to apply. And hopefully anybody who hasn't been part of this workshop and does want to apply can get themselves familiar with what has gone on tonight and all the information that was in our staff report, which was really good. So do I see a hand up? Is that, I'm sorry, yeah, Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you very much. I really like the way you synthesized the function of that committee, and also the elements that you mentioned had been provided as direction from council. You know, having several of those things specifically identified. I agree that the committee will take some time to get its formation and mission, and then action, and that's just the nature of that beast. But I think the one thing that we can pursue with some clarity is the cahoots effort, and I think that one sort of stands alone, whereas the rest might need the reflections of this committee. I think I'd really like to see the cahoots push forward on an independent track, and hopefully we're on that path already.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor, do you have your hand up again? Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So if I struck, or if I made a motion to, on number 2, the city manager shall provide a proposal that commissions an ad hoc committee to conduct review of Petaluma Police Department's policies and procedures, conduct a review of data to compare use of force, misdemeanor arrests, and traffic stops by race and ethnic group, research models of civilian oversight, and submit a report within 6 months. If we did that, if that's the ad hoc committee, and we strike the detail of who's involved so much and change the name, I feel like we're right there. And then I feel like there's support for quarterly reports. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. It feels like we have, like, this is again, like if we create an ad hoc committee, you know, to Councilmember King's point, that's, you know, 2 months from now before we get a proposal for what the purpose and the function and the scope of that committee is, 2 months for applications, a council meeting, you know, that's 4 months. Then we're looking at 6 months to review. You know, we're at least probably this time next year before we actually form an oversight body, really look at other policing policies. That's a year out. I feel like the quarterly reporting out is a no regrets action that isn't, it doesn't have to slow down having an ad hoc committee, right? And it's putting us there. So with that, I think we have support for that. Can we do a poll maybe or something to just see if there's support for that?
Yes, we could, but I actually not sure we actually need to make a motion, and maybe I need some direction from the city attorney, but I think we're just giving direction. And, you know, but, you know, the idea of if you'd like to have a poll about whether or not we need want to do a quarterly report out, stumbling on.
Are we supportive? I'm interested in knowing that. Yeah.
So, Madam Mayor and Council, this has been as you know, this has been a very, very extensive dialogue with a lot of efforts leading up to it and more efforts leading from it, and it's not been agendized for specific action, and that's why it's consistent with that the council has been working on basically follow-up actions to direct Peggy and staff under her leadership to come back with specifics. And you've given us some specifics about work on an advisory committee, on the cahoots. One of the things that I heard, I think we all heard Peggy mention, was about needing to look at some of the very specific proposals in terms of timing of those and come back to the council with that. And I think that's going to be important for us to be able to do what I'm hearing the council want us to do, which is
really move. But really moving means actually looking at those implementations. So Peggy, I don't know if you have any more specific feedback or suggestion about that.
Well, we definitely, when we come back with the defining of the ad hoc committee, we will definitely have some recommendations on all those items. So what timeline, resources needed.
And like the vice mayor just mentioned about, reporting, but, reporting on what?
That could be as simple as me giving a city manager report at a council meeting. So.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know if there's more questions you had, Madam Mayor, but if so, I'll do my best to respond.
Well, no, I was pretty clear that what we're doing right now is giving direction. But I think that the vice mayor has something specific that he would like to direct. And so I just want to make sure that everybody who, that our direction is clear and that staff hears it. And if staff hears it from enough of us, that will be included in the direction. So do you want to specify what you were asking to have?
Yes, I would. We will not see meaningful reporting for a year from now if we don't ask for quarterly reporting. And if we don't have meaningful policy recommendations from an ad hoc from a year from now, we're not going to be implementing policies from a year from now. If we ask for quarterly reports tonight and we make that a common practice, we could potentially expedite policies that keep people safe in our community, that show the BIPOC community that we're serious about this. And these are no regrets actions reporting. What gets measured gets managed. What gets reported you can act on. So I don't see why we would why we would hold back and not move forward with a simple quarterly report. City Attorney, you said on what? There's 4 questions there. There's just 4 questions. We could just direct them to do that. We've heard over and over again, listen to the community. There's a very specific document here that lays out things that we could do to show that we're listening to the community. And that's what I'm asking is, can we align on the idea that we want quarterly reports so that we're walking and chewing gum at the same time, and we're making setting ourselves up to make longer institutional structural changes to this racist institution that we're a part of, and we're also getting reports out in the near term.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is there support for that?
We had meetings coming right up into this one, and I haven't seen. haven't had a chance to look at what the vice mayor is referring to. So if
Understood.
the city manager and others have, then it's much more specific. And I apologize, I don't have those references. So that was my only question. Like, because this isn't foot dragging. We want to make sure we're doing what we're being directed to do, and we're clear on it. So. So if it's clear what the reporting is on, great.
Okay, thank you. And so, Councilmember McDonald, do you still have your hand up, or do you have it up again?
Oh, that's new. I was wondering if we could get the document being referenced up on the screen for public consumption, maybe flash that as a screen share so that, we're not talking abstractly. No, I guess that's a request of the administrator.
Is it the presentation from the North Bay
Organizing Program?
Yeah.
Okay, I think is this what you're referencing?
Yes.
This one here. Okay, I'll try to make it bigger.
So, well, for those who may not be able to read it, it's the city manager will commission a task force, including 2 council members, and I guess that part of it you're not so concerned about. Vice Mayor, you're on mute. But
this isn't the one that I'm talking about. This is the task force. There's one that's quarterly. It says quarterly.
2 slides down, I think.
Yeah, right there, that one.
okay.
Therefore, yeah.
Yeah, so here I'll just read it. Methods to track use of force, implicit bias, and early warning signs for officers. Number of Petaluma police officers that exhibit behavior patterns demonstrating that they are a potential risk. Steps being taken to act on early warning signs and citizen complaints. Demographics of those involved in the various early warning sign reports and the department response. Okay, that is what is being asked for. I'm just going to say now that I'm not sure that our city or our police force has the capability to actually evaluate those things as they are currently structured. And I think that that is part of what we are asking for in terms of training our police differently, doing these kinds of studies that aren't being done now. And so I'm not sure that that is possible to get. But if what you're asking for is to be told, yes, we're going to track these things quarterly, and at this point we can give you an answer to A and D, but not B and C. If you're comfortable with that as we work toward being able to answer those questions in a fulsome way that has meaning, then I think we can look at that. But if you're looking at specific number answers for those, I don't think we can do that.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to head for right there. Was that's the point, is that we need to refer this to staff and say we need your feedback on this. What's the availability? It doesn't take a commission to decide what the staff responsibility is. I'd like to get staff feedback on this, given them the opportunity to look at it.
Okay, thank you. So can we stop sharing the screen? Okay, good. Okay, so Vice Mayor, I don't know if you're comfortable with saying that you want staff to work toward that, but I'm not sure.
To the extent yes. Yes, I'm sorry for being a pain. I'm trying to respect the amount of time that everybody else has put into this and the emotions. And I feel like that if we can just have a quarterly report and we're missing certain things, we can give further direction. Please start tracking that. We're not going to see a report for a quarter. Maybe they can start tracking it, right? Maybe if they don't have methods for tracking early warning signs, maybe they can start tracking that, or they can do research and start looking at that. So I guess that's where I go. And I agree, we might not have the things, but it's about improvement. Let's move towards a more perfect union. And that's, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I see that our city manager has her hand up again.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to ask Police Chief Savano to weigh in on what you currently can track and what we might need some help with.
Yes, thank you. I was hoping for an opportunity to respond. Since 2015, one of the recommendations of the task force report was to have a reporting system, and we have that in place. I think what I would ask, and it follows City Manager Flynn's recommendation, is a lot of what you're referring to came in late this afternoon, and I would appreciate, and I'm sure my staff would, along with the city manager, even a 30-day turnaround to have time to process that, look at it, see what we can and can't bring back in terms of reporting, and then really quickly with priority, put together recommendations for an advisory committee so that we can begin to tackle all of the items that people have asked for. Cahoots can move forward. My staff had an intro meeting with them yesterday. It is a priority. Everyone in my department is welcoming help with those issues on the street. So I think we can walk and chew gum on this one efficiently, but it'd give us a chance to come back with some real action items, and I'd be fine trying to at least come back in 30 days with some clarity to what you're asking for, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. I really like the idea of coming back with 30 days of what you can. Please try, I'll be using those 4 points to, just as a way of, again, respecting the energy that went into creating this document and all the energy that's gone into this. I'll be looking to see, are we meeting their their milestones or their standards. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I just want to also comment quickly that as we did at the town hall, we're going to be processing the questions that came in as well. We've looked at all the survey data. We've shared the report with staff that came out of the listening circles. We're taking every suggestion and every piece of input very seriously. And if there is something we can respond to, we're all about transparency. So we're looking forward to addressing a lot of what we heard tonight. Tonight was really about listening and getting to this point in the mayor's pledge where we have, we're going to continue to talk, but we had to get through this process to begin the process of looking at what we want to affect in terms of action and change. So I welcome your request, and we're happy to get involved and to make that happen with priority.
Thank you. While I've got you, actually, can we, what do you think about the presentation on the 21st Century Task Force? I think that we've got 15 recommendations from North Bay Organizing Project. We've got a couple of others, but I'm interested more in learning about policing, and I think it would be good for the community too, for all the people here to just learn, where are we at on implementing that document? What are the things in there? What are the things that might be holding us back, or the things that we have some trepidation about? But I think there's a good opportunity, just like you've been educated in listening, that maybe you can give a vision of where you see the police force going in 21st century policing, right? Just to use the term.
Totally reasonable. I want to assure you and the rest of council that the task force report on 21st century policing is our yardstick. It is our measuring device right now for how we are serving this community and how we are operating. Those 6 pillars are ingrained in our organization and are part of our promotional process for leadership development. And absolutely, we adopted all the recommendations that came out. There's been so much information that has come out in advance of the town hall meeting and since then that it's hard to catch it all. And I think if we have a process and staff's able to really look at a time schedule for much more outreach and engagement and education, it won't be perceived as talking or presenting. It'll be real information sharing and dialogue and a better understanding of not only how the community feels and how we deliver service, but also how we police and why, and how far along we are with adopting and implementing all those recommendations from that task force report. And I just want to point this out, the task force report recommends hiring from within your own community. And we're clearly hearing a perception of doing something differently now. So it will be a good dialogue, and I appreciate you asking, because it will be helpful for the community to know what we have in place now, what our policies say now, how we hold our staff accountable, and why it is that we deliver the level of service that we do right now with professionalism and excellence. So thank you for asking about that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Healy, you had your hand up. Did you get your question answered? You're okay. Okay, fine. So I think staff has direction from us, and I really want to thank everybody who has contributed tonight. It has been a huge number of people, not only in attendance, but the people who did the preparation. I also want to thank our staff for all you have done, and for bringing Ms. Webb on board and having her do such a good job in terms of leading this with us and taking us here. And it's not our first step, but it's among our first steps, and we are moving down the line. But we make change as we go along, and everything takes time, and staff is working on all different levels of this. And people may not see change, but that doesn't mean that it's not being worked on. This is a process that is wide and deep. And so with that, I would like to thank everybody, especially Ms. Webb, and hopefully we will see you again. And I would like to close this workshop with a lot of support and great gratitude to my fellow council members as well. So good evening, everybody.
Bye-bye. Good night all. Thank you.